Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey. Seems like Starman is starting the show right. All right, man. It says sparking up another. That's I like that you're in the spirit of things. Hope everyone's doing well. Man, I have had a day. So, you know what? I'm gonna just go into it. I have had to deal with contractors recently, and I've had what I can only say is a full-blown nightmare with it, where it was one of those situations where I was trying not to take the lowest bid. Like, legit. I've learned enough of those lessons where I was just like, okay, if it sounds too good to be true, if they give you a price that's too good to be true, it's definitely too good to be true. Well, I unfortunately took the middle bid, and I probably should have taken the lowest bid because I swear it would have gone better. But man, I can just say this much: where I had the pleasant situation of dealing with a warehouse today. Holy crap! Just when I thought that the contractors that I'm dealing with were the worst human beings on the planet, nah. I got to deal with a fulfillment center that, you know what? I'll just say it. Like, screw them. This isn't even a lie. Like, that would require it to be, slightly, exaggerated in the, but that's not the case. Pool Splash. If you ever have to deal with the company poolsplash.com, never deal with them. Never use them. Absolutely never use them. I'm having a situation where, again, have a contractor. He's been in contact, and he just was like, they're not getting a hold of me, and you're the one with the receipt here. Why don't you go check it out? It's one of those situations where, their customer service is more than willing to deal with you if you're interested in buying something. But the second you ask where your something is, or you want a tracking number, or you want any explanation of what's going on, he turned into a combative dick, and he verbatim said business days. He said it takes about 3 to 5 business days. I ordered this on a Thursday. Now I understand that. So I was thinking, well, maybe, just maybe they'll go for the 3. No, that's not the case. Because, yeah, man, I didn't know that I just had to expect the farthest one. And I'm gonna just say it, guys. I have a feeling that this is Trump's America now, because these motherfuckers, they are, the way that they talk to me and the way that they were going about their business, they have absolutely no concern about how it's going to affect their business. They don't care about reviews. Karen culture really did do something where it like broke people, because now they went right to just not like caring. Read Tom Cooper, bro. He said what I said about India. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care right now. The rest of the world doesn't care. I don't fucking care. Sorry, man. How was that time in the spotlight? I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry, I'm in a really bad mood today. So, not the time. And it really is. In the long haul, it's a stupid thing, because yes, it's a silly project that I had to take on. It was one of those situations where I moved into this place and they had a above ground pool, right? And most people, I should have followed the advice where they're just like, just don't. It's just like, but it could be fun. Yeah. Again, it's such a stupid problem. Like, honestly, I wish I didn't even have to talk about this, but at this point I'm like, nah, because it's a broader issue now. Like I was saying, I've noticed that this has happened with enough interactions recently that just people don't give a shit. They just do not give a shit about representing their business and doing it in a way where people, number one, would return. Because holy shit, you want to talk about like the entitlement where it's like, oh, well, you're going to be using, like, what the hell is going on with that? Just that alone, I'm like, where's this coming from? On top of that, man, dude, I had a contractor straight up tell me, just like, good luck finding cheaper contractors with all these, with the situation going on with immigration. I was just like, oh, so you're a racist. Okay, fuck you. Like, Amadi, I did. Okay, well, no, I'm glad that you appreciated your time in the sun, but yeah, man. Not laugh at my pain. No, go ahead. Like, seriously, God, I put myself in this situation just by like not trusting my own abilities too, because after watching these guys do the job, I'm like, I really feel like I could have done this. So, you live, you learn. You try not to make the same mistakes again, right? And then, yeah, my insurance, dude. Oh, my God. I used to like Anna. I'm ashamed. Oh, Kasparian? Well, don't be ashamed. We all did. Stan used rest. Oh, did he just go? Oh. Hi. Did you hear me talking about you? He's been really cute today, actually. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's like the tornadoes or something like that, or like the weather, because it has been a little gloomy, but he's been right by my side all day. So, yeah. Here, you know what? Here, let's start the day off right. Nope. Don't get up. By all means, don't get up. Boo, Anna Kasparian. Yeah, man, she got way worse. We'll go into it. I got the clip pulled up because, yeah, she was talking to Lindy Lee and she just went for it, which I kind of saw that coming. Like, you can go back to the first episode that we watched of that, and I totally called it, where I was just like, guys, she's going to get more comfortable and start going blonde. She's going to start dyeing her hair blonder. She's going to be wearing red almost exclusively. And then the final nail in that coffin is the job at Fox News. I swear it's coming. Either that or she's end up working for Breitbart or one of these right-wing rags. We'll see. That's my prediction, because she seems to she keeps saying, like, I'm not gonna do that. Smoke time. I thought you were already lit up. Damn, dude. What, are you lighting up every 10 minutes? Not that bad. Also, dude, I did it again. Honeybee was live yesterday, and I don't know what's wrong with me, but when I end stream, usually I like to go, I'll smoke my post-stream binger and maybe crack one open and just kind of veg for a little bit, but nah, that's not what happened at all yesterday. I decided to stay up until almost 2 a.m. Having really, really silly debates. It's kind of weird because now, get this, you have people on the right that are starting to do this really weird thing where you bring up Israel and Jeffrey Epstein. They are starting to kind of pivot a little bit. Just been noticing this. Because, yeah, man, they could not answer it, and now they're doing the thing. They're literally doing the thing where they're just like, well, I think it's a conspiracy from Epstein, or Epstein, whatever, to make Trump look bad. Because they keep bringing up him kicking him out of Mar-a-Lago, and I'm like, wait a minute, but what about everything leading up to that? And then just calling them on the carpet, where I'm like, dude, you just said that you believe that the globalists are all collaborating because of one conference where they took a picture with one dude. That's enough for you. But the rest of this, you can just blatantly ignore? Cool. Ibrahim Hussein. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Posted something I saw in suggestions. What'd you see? What'd you got? What you got? I always appreciate a good suggestion on the channel. Distracting has been good for that. Donald Trump Jr. says the calling is there for him to run. Oh, good luck. Have fun. Have fun. He's not his dad. Whatever. Unless we become an absolute monarchy where he just becomes the president. Not. You know, there is way too much appetite for people to just be scared. Like, people are finding new things to fearmonger about that have absolutely no, like, bearing in reality. It's literally just like they had an idea and they're like, this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna worry about it. And you know what? Misery loves company. Anxiety loves company. I'm gonna get everybody anxious with me. And the problem is, it's going, like, this shit's going viral, man. Like, all of it. Anything that's there to give you anxiety, they are pushing the shit out of that. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing all right. You know, had a little bit of a rough day. I was explaining to people, I was dealing with contractors who are not exactly what I would call honest. So, yeah. Fun times, fun times. I'm just tired of feeling like an asshole, man, for being nice. Like, I give people way too many opportunities, and then the second that I show pushback, that's when it's like, oh, now you're going to be, okay, now you're going to get nice and angry with me? Okay. I thought you'd have something to say about that article. Yeah, well, I mean, no, I appreciate that. Not much else to say, because, again, where's he realistically? I'll take, like, a few minutes to talk about it. What is a Donald Trump Jr. presidential run going to look like beyond him not being able to make it through the primary because they're going to just roast his ass? He doesn't have a modicum of his dad's charisma, and he also doesn't have, like, any of the backing, you know, unless, again, Trump specifically says, you know what, we're an absolute monarchy, put him in. Although I could totally see him just going to Eric because he's, nah, what am I talking about? He's just going to give it to Barron. He's literally going to be like, you know what? We got rid of that pesky thing that puts an age limit on. I'm making my 21-year-old kid the president. This is how it's going to go. You say hello to your King Baron Trump. You know? Now that's the stuff where, hey, you know what? Just be on the lookout for it, guys, because his big, beautiful bill's about to hurt a lot of people, including you. Like, more than likely, you rely on a few key provisions in this that are going to either affect you if you don't make, you know, well over the tax bracket. Because, again, even the tax cuts are not going to be able to subsidize a lot of the damage that's going to be done. Hospitals. This was a big one. Just from the cuts to Medicaid. They're going to be closing a lot of hospitals, and we, in Chicago, we got an update about this where they're just like, if they do this, we will need to seek out, like, private funding, or we will have to close these hospitals. So, I don't know, man. I saw a meme earlier that really summed up libertarianism, and just, like, anytime that somebody's just like, I want less government, it's like, so you want more businesses and more corruption. Cool. That's, like, all I hear now. Nothing past that. There's, which Talon, I already know that you're going to have something to say about. But, yeah. Almost like socialism is the only way. I mean, you don't have to convince me. That's the problem, is we need to convince all these other idiots that are so up their ass with protecting theirs, making sure that they get theirs, you know? And they're not even getting theirs. That's the worst part. Like, these fools have been convinced that they have something just because they're like, I have a little bit more than the brown person that I just saw. Ha ha ha ha ha. Pep Talks, I just want a game. Man. Nah, I got you. Sadly, I think many will only be convinced when they face reality. Oh. Or by the reality they face. Yeah, well, maybe. again, what scares me is the fact that I'm hearing way too many people talking about like, yeah, this tariff stuff's not that bad, inflation's down. Like if I'm talking boots on the ground, just talking to people, yeah, that's what I'm hearing. It's unfortunate. So, you know, again, because we did the sky is falling thing, and I was part of it. I'll admit my fault in this one, where I platformed the empty shelf platform a little bit too much. I heard socialist countries have horrible wait times for medical care. That it's like one of the worst. Listen, if you can just prattle that off, immediately wonder, is that a talking point to sell me on not having socialized medicine, and what is the benefit of not having socialized medicine or having a socialized option? Like, I'm tired of this. Honestly, guys, I'm not in the mood. I am not in the mood. Waiting an hour for a month is better than infinite wait because you can't that's the thing. Like, what do you guys not understand? I think I've explained this before, but I'm going to make this very fucking clear. My mother was on Medicare or Medicaid. Hold on. Which one is the one? I always mix these two up. Medicare. Yeah, she was on Medicare. So, number one, it was like such a double-edged sword because she said how easy it was to find a hospital when she was put on Medicare when she lived in Chicago. And just how easy it was to access her health care. And just the billing was, you know, nowhere near as complicated with a private health insurance firm. Denials weren't a thing. Then she moved to Tennessee. And then it became a huge problem because they make it such a hassle for you to find a place that takes Medicare. So the only place that took Medicare for her was over 4 hours away. And the other place, because it was private, like, she was worried that, you know, it was going to cost her too much. But right before she passed, she was sick enough to where, like, literally the day she died, she was scheduled that morning. That's like when they found my mom, her husband was waking her up to take her to the doctor. But she, again, waited because she was worried that it would not even bankrupt them, but it would put them into a financial hole. That's the fucking system we live in. That's where I became, I don't know, what's the word? Radicalized against this system. And that's also where I become radicalized against the bullshit argument of, well, we have to wait a little bit. I heard we have to wait a little bit. Also, it's complete horseshit. Like, for instance, I'm thinking that people hear that and they immediately go, oh, well, that means that if I break my leg, I'm going to be sitting in the ER. That's not how it works. I can tell you that just through firsthand experience. I got a concussion when I was in Toronto. I was in the ER within minutes. Literally within minutes. Like, it was like a 10-minute process from the time I was on the ice. They took me in my gear on the fucking stretcher to the hospital. Within that time, I was in the ER being seen and tested for concussion protocol. So, this myth. And the thing is, if I was in America, I would have had to wait. Guys, funny enough, here, check this out. I'm not sure if you can see it. You see that scar? I did a C-slice on my finger when a razor blade that I was like trying to scratch stuff off of a windshield. The razor blade slipped and it literally chopped the tip of my finger off. I sat there holding the tip of my finger in a fucking waiting room for about 25 minutes. Just sitting there. And then they asked me when I got in there, is it still attached? And that, to this day, is one of the worst questions I've ever been asked, because legit, I didn't know. I was like, yo, you sell a chance, course on masculinity. I got kicked out of a war room for being too much of a beta. What? Whatever. Alpha beta. The second that you hear alpha beta, just check out. Like, whatever, man. You don't need that. You don't need that bullshit in your life. Because realistically, who's that for? You know? And the only women I've ever heard low T from, I wouldn't want to put my dick near anyway. So, sorry. Hey, man, I saw you in MR chat earlier. That's all I got. What up? Yeah, I was watching MR today. It was a good show. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I mean, Anna, like, seriously, what do you... When you hear this shit, and PP Jackson, I'm not trying to, like, single you out here. I'm literally, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the question. I should say, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Nah, guys, but this is when I hear what, oh, the wait times, and then the national health care system in England, like they always bring up the, you know, oh well, you know, their healthcare is subpar, blah, blah, blah. Like, doctors was another one where it's like, well, the doctors who make the most money are, you know, they're going to go to the capitalist countries because that's where the money is. Which, there's a bit of a point to that, but I don't know, guys. I'm at that point where I'm just so frustrated, like, that instead of having better options or like fighting for better options, we're just so willing to be like, nah, these private corporations totally have our best interests at heart. Like, what? Wait times are real. He's technically not wrong, but when you add context, it flips the argument to work in your favor. Well, again, like the context being emergency situations, yeah, you don't have to wait, and then you don't have to pay for it. That's the biggest thing. Like, realistically, like, if I have to wait an extra month or two to see my GP because it's free, I do that. You know? Actually, I just reminded myself through talking about this that I have got to actually set up a doctor's appointment because it's about that time. Plus, you know, when a parent passes, it's generally a good idea to maybe get a checkup. In medicine, we have a practice called triage. Yeah, it's not first come, first serve. It's the most needy patient gets help. Yeah. No, I know that. I do know about that. Like, I got family members that are in the medical field, but still. Well, then, yeah, wait. Then that's Canada literally practicing the same thing. Because whenever I hear that argument, immediately I start questioning, like, okay, so what procedure are you waiting for? Like, from like, when I hear this, although now I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if I really hear this from Canadians. There was one time. Oh, wait, distracting. Here we go. I keep forgetting sometimes. You're so American passing, bro. I don't know. What do you think about this? And you literally work in the healthcare system, so if you think your broken arm is more important than a pulmonary embolism, you're just wrong. You're going to have to wait. Well, as long as they do like a, you know, a painkiller situation. Because, like, if that's what they're seeing, if they're literally going into an ER and you're just like, you'll have to wait. That broken arm just has to wait. It's like, I don't know. It's the same thing with my finger, you know? Like, I'm sitting there, like, bleeding through everything, and I'm just like, I'm still bleeding, guys. I don't know. This isn't stopping, guys. Man, I don't know. All I know is that this mentality killed my mom, and I'm kind of pissed at it. So, it also killed my grandmother. be completely real with you. And it also technically took my brother from me too. Although his was it was the medicine, because his insurance wouldn't cover his medicine. So, yeah, frustrating. Literally had a stroke because he didn't have enough aspirin. When I was in second grade, I had a rock thrown at my head by a classmate. I was bleeding profusely, and I had to wait. All I had was a butterfly bandage and ended up with 18 stitches under my eyebrow, maybe a concussion, waited 4 hours in a hospital lobby. Jeez. And was this in the Orlando area? I mean, you know, there are a few. Like if you go to University of Chicago, yeah, that's gonna... All right, yeah. Because I'm thinking about, like, some of the waiting rooms that I've had to wait in. I'm like, eh... But none of it was with, like, anything super serious like that. But that, like, my biggest difference is when I was in Canada, the way they treated a concussion versus here. Dude, here, they were fine with me driving myself. In Canada, they were just like, no, you're not even getting off the stretcher. So that was, I don't know, they seemed to take it a lot more seriously. But it's all anecdotal. Not trying to bum out too much. All right, let's get to Anna Kasparian, because honestly, I am starting to get a little bit down, because, yeah, just thinking about it, like, the last conversation I had with my mom was about that. So, I think it's because they don't have to pinch pennies. I'll see. Yeah, that does make sense. And then on top of it, not even just well, see, that's where I'm also pissed off, because, like, I've gotten itemized bills. One of the most egregious ones was when I had a cortisone shot, and that cortisone shot cost me $1,700. Like, what? How's that make sense? Make that make sense. Safety really does come first at that point. Say thanks to insurance. I can explain that. Oh, well, please do, because again, I'll just say, like, my insurance company, like, I know, I had to go fight for it, and I lost. That's what sucked, because they were just like, did it do anything? I'm like, no. No, it didn't. That was part of the problem. Ugh. I also had a CT scan get denied and kicked back to me, and I went from having a $500 bill to a $3,000 bill. I was just like, what the fuck? Whoa. I'm still paying that stuff. Yeah, again, American healthcare, gotta love it. I don't know, because also, like, even talking to Honeybee about this, it was kind of funny, because when I just explained going to the hospital and, like, the ambulance, and she was just like, wait, you have to pay for an ambulance? I'm like, oh, yeah, wait, yeah, we have to pay for that. Then we also have, like, we have, room surcharges, you know, everything's a surcharge. Like Band-Aids, they charge you for Band-Aids, that again, an astronomical fee for Band-Aids. I don't know, I kind of remember having this a little bit described to me by somebody that worked in insurance, where they were just like, they kind of have to do that because they already challenge everything to a certain degree, so they don't challenge it if you raise the price and you have like a set bill or whatever. As I said, the healthcare system shouldn't be like this. The fact that I have to feel like a commodity, I don't feel like a person when I go into any sort of healthcare. I always feel like I'm just part of, like, I'm a number. And then I just feel like, what's the point? God. Lead into a depression. That's fun. Is this happening in real time? I guess it is. Shit. So cash price without insurance may have been about $500, but when they bill insurance, the insurance tells them what it will cost, and the insurance gives you the copay based on that. So it may have cost $3,000 by insurance rates, and $1,700 is your copay based on that contract. Well, no, I did know that. That's also why it didn't cost way more than that. No, I did have that described to me. That one, I did end up having... No, was it the CT or the X-ray? Shit, can't remember. One of them I had to appeal, and it worked. Or I only had to pay $500. But then, yeah, the other one was... The other one is the one I'm still paying, where I'm just like, okay, you gotta love them. Insurance companies are swindlers and thieves. That's kind of where I've been getting the idea. Insurance is just a legal scam. Right. And that's where... This is where it's odd for me, where I'm like, guys, just socialize a giant portion of this and then keep your public or your private option. Like, even when Obamacare was, hardcore in the news, it's mandated gambling in the house always wins, and if you lose, you die. Yeah, that's literally it. Like, oh, man. I wasn't prepared to really talk about this. I'll be completely real with y'all. Coming to the realization that my mom is gone because of this, like, it's not been easy. It's not been easy at all. Also finding out that she had something that was, had it been treated, she'd still be here, so. All right, sorry. Moving on. Which sucks, because it's not like I can really just move completely away from this, because they're literally trying to get rid of the program that was keeping my mom alive for as long as she was. So that's cool. That's cool, knowing that other people in America will totally be suffering the same fate. They're going to die on their couch, sleeping, going to sleep, and not knowing anything's wrong with them because they had to wait. So, yeah, sorry to get really fucking dark right there, but that's happening. When we fight back, they get really angry. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, so what? We're supposed to just take it? No, I know. I know that's not what you're saying. And sorry, guys. I'm not trying... I have to reorient myself here, because that really did... That took me somewhere I didn't want to go. Talking about this on stream is... You know, it's been therapeutic, but at the same time, there are times where I'm just like, oh. We don't have to take it. That's the thing. Yeah. Convince the people that are, like, again, the targets. That's the most crazy part, is the targets aren't doing anything about it. And like I said, too, I'm noticing that people's attitudes towards this shit, and it's not just like contractors or sales representatives. Everybody's starting to have I don't give a shit about what you're saying. I don't give a shit if I screwed you over. Oh, too bad. What are you going to do? Go to the Better Business Bureau, who's probably not even going to be around, or the Federal Trade Commission, who's not going to help you? But so many people are steeped in the ideology of profit and private enterprise, they can't see past their nose. It's cold and callous. Yeah, unfortunately, I saw something today that really, it did stick with me, where being a good person is honestly not worth the price. I was like, wow. Because they had a nice little list of what being a good person costs, and it's just like, that's true. Meanwhile, all these assholes go on vacation, smiling, la-di-da, nothing is wrong. Like, wow. Try not to sound so dour. As I said, guys, I'm going to try and smoke and just move on. We'll talk about the KASPARIAN stuff, because, yeah, this one, yeah. It took me to that place that I've been trying to avoid, and that's getting scary angry. Like, if I'm not shouting, that's when it's kind of scary, guys. They're all zombies dead inside. They live miserable lives. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, see, Anna, I hate to say this. Us thinking that's cope. That's copium. No, those people, they're fine. They're totally fine. They're so ignorant in their own, like, just no love, no joy, only profit. What are you talking? These are the same people that literally have kids and then tell me how I'm never gonna find, like, never have love because I don't have kids. Like, I'm kind of, like, I'm really over everybody's shit. I gotta be completely real. I think that's where I'm at today. This isn't even, this isn't politics, this isn't anything. This is just like, nah, man. I really am just over everybody's shit. And I think this is where that age-old saying, no more Mr. Nice Guy, kind of came up, where it's like, yeah, you know what? You kind of push the nice out. You push me away from being, like, the nice guy. And actually, like, oof. I'm never going to stop caring about the people that can't, like, care for themselves and, like, the people that honestly do deserve it. But this idea that I was extending, like, that I was virtue signaling. I was. Because I was trying to do that thing where I'm like, oh, you may not care for me, but I care for you. Because that's like the Christian thing. Like, I learned that in church, where it's just like, no matter how many people knock you down, that's just the way to be. No. Even the people that believe in that guy, they don't do that. Like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of getting to that. I hit that wall where I'm like, why should I have... Why? God. At this point... Sorry, man. I really... But as a non-believer, that's kind of how I am, but as a non-believer. Well, that's... Yeah, well... Like... Okay, see, I don't know how you came to that, so it might be different. I almost said something pretty ignorant. Sorry, guys. I gotta pivot here. Because honestly, I am kind of coming to terms with the fact that every fucking body's just... Ugh. It sucks out there, people. And this is why I do value this. And I value you guys. And I value this community. And I value, like, the people that are cool within this community. Even the ones that have, like... They came here as trolls and then they kind of went, oh, you know what? There isn't much value in doing that. And there's more value in just being a decent person and having fun with people that are, you know, nice and cool. But... whatever. Apparently that's weakness too. I saw that. I was watching this. I forgot what other fucking video I was watching, but it's something. They were talking about, like, the Tate brothers and all that, you know, masculine bullshit, and they're just immediately talking about how, you know, empathy, caring, and never cry on stream, and just all this shit, and I'm just like, wow, like. And then you look at their numbers, and I'm just like, the fuck? Oh, this world is fucked. Sorry, I know I'm breaking the news here, because that's what I do, but, yeah, world be fucked. Alright, anyway. Let's get to Anna Kasparian in the news, because, yeah, this has already been a great start. Sorry, like, for real. Oh, I shouldn't be saying sorry too much because I'm showing how much of a beta I am. The amount of shit that I have been taking. And then I do have that realization where I'm just like, you know, with the loss I experience, I am lucky that I can even get out of bed sometimes. And the fact I'm doing this, and then just constantly seeing just the negative, and then this, they're just... Ah, man. It's like astrology for men. I saw this really funny picture. God, I should have posted it in Discord, where it's a cherry blossom field, and it's a bunch of deer just chilling in the cherry blossom field, and they're just like, look at this beautiful picture. this picture or this picturesque moment, and it's just like, yeah, that's exactly what it like. That's what everywhere would look like if men just, you know, actually went to therapy for their shit instead of shooting a bunch of stuff. All right. But like I said, guys, I'll get to the show. All right. I do appreciate y'all kind of hanging with me for that because Mike, guess what day it is? Oh, day. Dude, it was funny. When they did the opening for Majority Report, and he's like, it's Wednesday. I was like, it is? Oh, no. I don't know why I thought it was Tuesday. Shit like that happens. But, all right, guys. Let's get to the news. Why not? Trump administration has the Supreme Court to watchdog to block access to the wait, I just read that completely backwards. That was like a supreme dyslexic moment. This is 2 days old? What? Trump administration asked Supreme Court to block watchdog access to Doge documents. The Trump administration on Wednesday asked the Supreme Court to block orders requiring Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah, I can't even call it that with this straight face. Justice Department's latest emergency appeal to High Court concerns whether Doge, which has been central to Trump's push, it's a federal agent. Yeah, we know what it fucking is. God, redundant. Like that has to be the most embarrassing part about being a writer for any of these publications, is where you just have to state the obvious over and over. The administration argues Doge is merely a presidential advisory body that is exempt from requests from the Department of FOIA. Under FOIA. Of course. You know what? Yeah, more Trump corruption. Great. He's probably going to get away with it too. Great. Awesome. Woohoo. Man. Whoo, boy. I need a cup of tea or something to bring up my spirits, because this coffee ain't doing it. Week is flying by, almost the long weekend, and the Indy 500. Oh, you actually watched the Indy? I've attended the Indy twice. It's fun. 1 year I got to sit in the middle where all those RVs are. That was really, really cool. That's a crime. How can you block the watchdog from the Doji community? Wait a minute. The doggy? Yeah. Come on, doggy. Hey, doggy. I'm a doggy too. You can't let me in? I'm part of the doggy club. Woof woof, doggy. Game brings up spirits. Maybe in a bit, Talon. Honestly. Today's definitely the day that I'm going to. I can pet that Doge. Hold on. I'm gonna hug my dog. Ah. There we go. Yeah. Hey, you. Hey. He is out cold. I actually feel better. Guys, when in doubt, and you're having a bad day, go hug your dog, even if they're sleeping. Feel legitimately better. All right. Not that that's going to make me any less pessimistic on this Trump shit, to be completely honest. Like, dude, I'm just so sick of seeing CNN, all the mainstream media outlets just capitulate. And then, God damn it. Like, this is the world we live in now, where before we had the fake news, where at least these people were never going to believe it anyway. But now they're in pick and choose state, where it's just like, you see what even the fake news is reporting on this one. I'm just so, I don't know, man. Are you guys getting over this bullshit? Are you guys getting a little burnt out on just constantly fighting back? Because I have a feeling that's what the plan was, especially for people like me, where it's just like, it's just every effing day. And then, of course, yeah, you bring up what I've been going through, it's kind of like, yeah, man, it's been a lot. You got to pace yourself. Yeah, I've been trying. Like, I've been... Or be sick in the head like me. Well, I'm a little sick in the head. No, it's... Dude, my mom, the last time that she was staying with me, she... Like, I was watching... God, what the hell was I watching? It was like a steady stream of, like, Adam Mockler and David Pakman kind of stuff. Because I do remember, like, being conscious about that, where I'm like, well, maybe she'll like the more centrist guys. Because Sam Cedar, she actually said, she's just like, this guy's too boring for me. I was like, wow. Literally said, he reminds me of NPR. I guess my mom needs better delivery. Like, to be fair, my mom liked Brian Gumble, so... And, oh God, what was that guy? He was on ABC for, like, ever. Pete or something. Yeah, whatever. But either way. Forgot where I was going with that. Maga, don't worry, they will give up or end up in a mental hospital just because. Yeah, I mean, that... fuck, man. Yo, dude, hell yeah. Oh, there it is. Unimugo got gifted a membership. All right. She will be very happy about that. Ruben, also Ron. Oh, hey, man. We got a good collection of gifted memberships over here. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Nitesh. Dude, you rule. Keeping this channel going. No, but... Oh, that's where I was going with that. Yeah, Anna, so... After I was watching, like, one of the Adam Mockler things, my mom just kind of looked at me and she was just like, is this what you do with your time off, too? Like, you're watching this? And I kind of went, oh, when you put it like that, yeah. Crap. So, yeah, that's actually what I was just like, you know what? No more politics when I'm not doing this. Like, I'll do the occasional, like, before stream is fine. I'll allow myself that. But I try not to, like, wake up with this stuff. I try to... I'll give you guys a little breakdown of my day. I wake up, I do the whole wake up, grab a brush of polo, makeup. The System of a Down treatment. And then... I go downstairs, get that cup of coffee, and the first thing I open up on my phone is Pokemon Pocket. I go to Pokemon Pocket, claim my my freebies, do a little bit of the card, like, deck building, whatever the hell I'm doing in that game. Move on, maybe play a little solitaire. I always like a nice little solitaire in the morning. And then I will move on to Ground News. I will get a nice little collection of stories I want to cover throughout the day, and then I'll go through YouTube, find, again, a few videos that I want to watch during the show, and then my main news source is still Majority Report. Like, I really try to hold off on all of it until I get to the Majority Report, so... But, yeah, riveting, I know. It's serious stuff, but the world can go on. We can take a few days for ourselves. Oh, I plan on it. Coming up here, I'm going to load up the channel with a bunch of videos, a bunch of members-only content that, yeah, it'll keep you guys sufficed, and I'm going to take a few days off and just kind of collect myself, because, yeah, it's getting to that point. And on top of it, I got some life stuff I'm going to have to deal with. Yeah, Thursday, just tomorrow. Great. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit like this too. And I can, you know what? Fuck it. I've mentioned that my brother's died before. Tomorrow is the 10th anniversary of my brother's passing. So it's also probably why I have been, on top of everything else, a little bit touchy, because I'm just like, yeah, you know what? It honestly does make sense why I'm just like, what the fuck? Why does this Trump shit matter? It's gonna happen anyway. Did you hear? He got his plane. Little bitch boy got his little toy plane. You know, now at least they'll like be able to hear everything, and now anybody can just buy our country. Like, our country's for sale. Like, cool. Like, it's awesome, guys. You know, finding a little bit of pessimism, maybe that was the gift, actually. Huh. Weird. Because I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah, I don't actually feel that, like, dourness or, like, the like, thing pulling me down where I'm just like, oh. Now I'm just like, man, cool. Whatever, man. Still gonna protest, but fuck. I have a feeling that June 14th is going to be quite poppin', though, if I have to be real, because I have already seen that the National Day of Protest it's definitely sparked some interest. For instance, I'm doing karaoke and range day this week. Oh, God, that's what I need. Karaoke. I'll consider. Because we have a karaoke bar not too far from us. We also have another bar that does, like, trivia. Maybe I'll just go there. I don't know. I hate bars, though. Like, I can't win. I can't win. This is the whole reason that I was just trying to fix a pool so I could have, you know, a little space in my backyard so I could just go float and not have to deal with anything in the world, but can't even do that. Now I really am just bitching, or it's just whatever. But no, I appreciate that, Mitesh. Thank you. Also, Anna, thank you for kind of making me realize, like, yeah, no, I do need to get better about that. That's also why I've been open about it. That's why Wednesday is my early day. Got a buddy that comes over. We talk, hang out. But yeah, need a little bit more of that in my life. Because yeah, this shit. Trump's big tax policy bill stalls as GOP conservatives push for changes. Well, at least some of them have backbones, or I don't know, foresight to be like, hey, unless you're actually doing the thing where we're not going to be needed here and we're just, you know, here for pretend purposes, to kind of just feign that America is America. And okay, but until then, I don't know, dude. You're kind of pissing off the people that I have to go, you know, live amongst. Whatever. After watching Andor Season 2, it kind of also brought me to the point where I'm like, oh, that's literally what's happening, like, right now. And to be fair, that show was written like during the election season, so they couldn't know. There's just like, hi, I'm a big fan of your channel. Thank you, someone. I appreciate that. Big fan. Big fan. I appreciate that. God, man. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Again. I'm a transsexual and I love you so much. Oh, God. What the fuck, man? Gooners, go to horny jail. You go to horny jail. You must go. Put yourself there. Plus, if you did, then come on, don't you have a little bit of post-nut clarity to, I don't know, not do that? Ugh, God. Anybody? Anybody over on YouTube over Hey Anna, can you do me a favor? You can make me mod. Yeah, because I took care of it. That's kind of where I was like, oh, I don't know which mods are in chat right now, but yeah, I took care of it. Either way, appreciate it. I just realized my music is so low. What the hell? Nice try, Talon. All right. What's going on with this big, beautiful bill? The Triple B. Don't you just love it? It's got the 3 Bs like the build back better. Get it? Ah ha ha, I'm such a troll. Well, it's okay. That wasn't her fault. She was over on Twitch. President Donald Trump is summoning members of a key wing of the Republican Party on Wednesday as they threaten to defy GOP leaders and prevent his agenda. Who is it? Who's doing it? Who's the one actually? GOP hardliners. Okay, you keep saying that. The GOP hardliners. It's almost like they have something that they're worried about. The ultra-conservatives had demanded changes to the bill, such as bigger cuts to clean energy programs. Oh, so they're even bigger douchebags. Cool. The talks have gone sideways, and some GOP hardliners were even privately floating the leadership that they abandon the one big beautiful path and instead attempt to pass 2 separate bills, saving the harder tax policy for this year, according to one person. I mean, Jesus. How about you do your fucking jobs? You lazy pieces of shit. How about we cut any of the waste, fraud, and abuse that Congress is taking from us for not doing their jobs? How about we, I don't know, institute a bill? I would like to maybe float a bill to somebody in Congress that, who I don't know who would sponsor this, because they would definitely be like, that means they have to work too. But any day they're not working, they do not earn a dime from us. I'm fucking tired of this, man. Waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, God, at this point, if you're somebody who lost your job because of Doge, I'm actually, yeah, you know what? I'm going to put that out there. I need to put an open call out to anybody that's lost their job to Doge. I would love to talk to you about this. Absolutely love to hear where you were at. But also, I will make sure that there are some checks in order to prove that you were indeed cut by the Department of Doge. Sorry, guys. Like, I can only read so much of this green new scam. The ultra-conservatives had demanded changes to the bill, such as a bigger, which they cuts to clean energy program, which they've dubbed the green new scam, and changes to Medicaid. Clean energy programs. Dude, fuck these people. Fuck these people. They want to pollute our water. They want to pollute the air just so they can get their little extra buck, which they're not even going to use. Like, that's the sickest part. They don't even, like, use this money. It's not like they actually do anything with this. They just sit on it. Like, I'm taking this from Vosh, but Vosh had a great point about how they're like dragons. Like, they read fucking Smog and they were just like, oh, that guy's based as hell. 2 people in family have lost their jobs to Doge. One's being forced to move because of it. Well, then I might need to have you ask them some questions for me if they're not willing to talk. But if you do not mind giving a little bit more information on that, then that would be great. But again, get permission. Talks have gone so sideways that some GOP hardliners were even privately floating the blah, blah, blah. White House officials told CNN that the talks with the Freedom Caucus had not yielded progress, but the meeting was on the books to hopefully strike a deal. I mean, and then you got Trump that's just doing his big strong man. I'm going in there. I'm going to just tell him get it fucking done. Like, and then people literally see that and they're like, look how efficient he is. the people who need to be the most embarrassed are the ones that are still somehow standing fucking Biden right now. Because I'll say this much. I will not say anything negative about the cancer diagnosis, but I will say that he 1000% is to blame for a good portion of this, and a good portion of the just despondence and people just not giving a shit. Old asshole, dude. That old asshole and the old assholes behind him. Freaking Nancy Pelosi. The idea, again, and I said this yesterday, that we are so comfortable with calling him out for being so old, but the rest of Congress, nah, we'll let them die in office. Like, and it's not about term limits. At some point, you have to blame the rest of us. At some point, you just have to go, why do we keep voting for these assholes? I'm included in this. Do you know how many times I voted for Dick Durbin? Just because if the other guy won, that would have been horrible. Wow, I really am in a mood today. All right. I haven't even gotten to, like, the actual fun part of the program, too, which is kind of funny. You told me to mod, and I obliged your request. Don't know what else you want me to do. At this point, I think you kind of like it. Yeah, she called you out on that one. All right. If passed, the bill faces contentious Senate debates and represents a critical test for Trump and congressional Republicans amid ongoing GOP skepticism. Again, the fact that these assholes are trying to do it, like, you do realize that this has nothing to do, like, it's a self-imposed deadline because these lazy sons of bitches do not want to work post-Memorial Day, and they literally want Memorial Day till September. They want their full recess. It truly is just disgusting. It's disgusting. And they're just, when they sign that thing, they're going to leave everybody else to just suffer. And honestly, the only solace that I could possibly have in any of this is that it is going to impact the red states the hardest, and that, you know, the people who voted for Trump and trusted him the hardest are going to be the ones hurting the most. Because right now, that's pretty much all that's keeping me from just going, like, completely fucking bonkers. All right. Bill spans 1,000 pages, extends the 2017 tax breaks. Great. That's because, again, deficit until you need tax breaks. What's the fucking point in talking about this shit when it all is just gonna be the same anyway? This is the definition of insanity. Just, you know what? Fuck it. Point it out. Just, yeah, this is insane, guys. And I'm not treating it like it's normal. This isn't normal. We're watching our country just deteriorate, and I have a feeling that we might not be getting it back, guys. I don't know. I guess, like, Anna, if we can have that socialized country by 2030, whatever you were saying, then, you know what, please, let's prep that a little bit quicker. Jennifer Lopez sued for posting paparazzi pictures of herself at the Golden Crow. Really? Oh, no, not Jennifer Lopez. Taco flavor kisses for my bed. Oh, this was funny. Okay. Trump shows video claiming white genocide to South African president in the Oval Office, and here's the thing. The president who saw it was like, no. He literally is like, no, that's not true. No. I'm trying my best, man. No, I appreciate you. Dr. Gunge! Dr. Gunge! Dr. God, just... I love having a mustache. Yeah, it's media. Let's not do that. You know what? Here.
Everybody should soak in this moment and enjoy it.
I need a break.
Because it finally happened, y'all. It finally happened. Elon Musk has seemingly been excommunicated and banished from MAGA. Trump is done with him. The Republicans are fed up with him. Now it's been all but verified by the media that behind the scenes, the bromance is officially over. So here, let's walk you through it. So first of all, Elon Musk, he just looks like he's lifeless.
I needed this. This is that little bit of good news that I was kind of like, okay, at least there's this. At least one of these dipshits is having a really bad day.
Now, he just looks like he's struggling to find a reason to keep going. Just look at his face. Look at his body language. It's screaming from the visuals here. So he did an interview with CNBC. Here's an interesting moment. Let's watch this one, and then I got more for you.
My question is more about your work at Doge, for example. Was that worth it? You know, to the extent you are now, Elon, you were a somewhat divisive figure 2 years ago, but now you really are. I mean, there are people who love you, but there are a lot of people who dislike you, some of whom were your customers. And I wonder, was it worth the undertaking at Doge and everything else that you've done and how outspoken you've been in terms of the things you believe in to antagonize so many potential buyers and or users of things like a robotaxi?
The only honest answer here is no, it wasn't worth it.
Really
That's the only
look
honest
sad.
answer. Because the fan base of Tesla, think about it, who were they? They were usually like wealthy liberals
Yeah, they were
who care
wealthy
about
liberals.
climate change. They want an electric car.
Yeah, they were like people. Yeah, they were all boomers who loved them some Democratic Party. They were, Obama stands, had the Hope poster.
Because they don't want to contribute to the problem, right? And then this
I'm literally describing somebody from my family.
guy becomes a
I'm just
crusading
like, ew.
far-right fascist MAGA freak. And that entire fan base started going, sort of fuck this guy. Sort of fuck this guy. And so your whole fan base dried up. What did you think? Like, rural Trump voters were all of a sudden going to start buying Teslas? No, they're driving Ford F-150s and Chevy Silverados. And just because they liked you for a while didn't mean they were going to rush out and buy a Tesla. So the fan base dried
I can imagine the guys that did are going to kind of feel stupid.
up, bro.
Especially the guys that, went out and bought the Cybertruck to show, the troll us libs.
Never mind all the problems overseas. I mean, shit, in Europe, you guys know, there's been like over a 90% drop in Tesla sales. They're talking about banning it in the entire European Union. Tesla imports.
Lolan Mush.
Well, unfortunately, what I've learned is that legacy media propaganda is
I don't know. Lolan Mush got
very effective.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the media. It's not you. It's not your actions. It's not that you slashed pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels. It's not that you pissed off everybody. It's not that you fired anywhere between 100,000 and 250,000 government workers. It's the media. Sure, fella.
Making people believe things that aren't true.
What would an example of that be?
That I'm a Nazi, for example. And how many legacy media publications, talk shows, whatever, try to claim that I was a Nazi because of some random hand gesture at a rally.
Random hand gesture. This guy's
An interesting thing going on is that the connection between the farmers losing their farms, J.D. Vance, and South African refugees getting their lost farms.
just dishonest.
Oh.
By the way, it was not just the legacy media that was saying that. It was the commonly held opinion. There were only a handful of Elon taint ticklers who defended him and said it wasn't a
Elon
Nazi salute.
taint
Of course, I'm
ticklers.
thinking of
Hey, guys, by the way, hit that like button as you
Joe Rogan.
start filing
I
in here.
heard all these. Bro, he's just like autistic and stuff, bro. He just like gets excited and stuff, bro. That's all that is. Really?
That was annoying.
I know plenty of autistic people. None of them are randomly started goose stepping around the room.
All I said was that my heart goes out to you, and I was talking about space travel.
Bro, why are you saying that the Zig Heil looks like a Zig Heil? And he plays immensely dishonest with this too, because we have a long track record of times Elon Musk flat out retweets and openly supports Nazi Twitter accounts, white nationalist Twitter accounts, Boer pro-apartheid Twitter accounts. He's responded to actual Nazis and said, you have told the actual truth, when they're spreading some anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Like, it's absurd to pretend like, oh, that's the only reason you guys think I'm a Nazi is because I was Zig Heiling, which, by the way, that alone, it would be like eyebrow raising, like, yeah, that counts as evidence, bro. But it goes above and beyond that, and he's just lying about it. So, but what's interesting is he tipping it off that, like, all the MAGA figures behind the scenes were like, yeah, that kind of looked like a Nazi salute to me too, bro. And you're sort of tanking our popularity along with you. Because that's the thing.
Again, my favorite part is, look at how much they pushed back when that was happening. Look at everybody that was just like, no, it's not. What are you talking about? And then the people that went on TikTok and did the same thing, knowing damn well what it was.
Wisconsin Supreme
And then did the fake, oh, we're victims. Look, they're coming after us for our freedom of speech.
Court race was probably the straw that broke the camel's back, where Elon went all in on that and spent $1 gazillion and was the like public face of that race, and his candidate got blown out by double digits. And so that must have been a wake-up call to Trump and all the other MAGA figures of like, oh, this guy is actually just as hateable as we think he is. Because interpersonally, he was also butting heads with so many of the other cabinet members in the Trump regime, right? Fighting with Marco Rubio, fighting with Sean Duffy. He has the worst interpersonal people skills of anybody ever, where he just pisses everybody off all the time, acts like he's an expert on things that he's not at all an expert on. And that brings me to this. So we got another one here. Again, look at how dead he seems. Look at how dead he seems. Watch this.
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Ooh, I don't currently see a reason to keep doing political spending. Really? So you got everything you ever wanted. Donald Trump has the White House. The Republicans have the House. The Republicans have the Senate. He's currently taking over the court. So you already have the Supreme Court. And you don't see a reason to do political spending? To keep getting Republicans in there? To, finalize what your backwards ideology is? Weird. It's almost like he's already taking it personally. He's already thinking like, I feel betrayed by these other MAGA people. Again, why? Because I'm sure they realized this guy is political poison. He is toxic. Everybody hates him. He doesn't help us. He hurts us. Even given the $270 million that he gave to Trump to basically buy him the White House, they're looking around now going, maybe it wasn't worth it.
Kareem, a bearded woman? I mean, you don't have to come in here just like, telling us your preferences. We didn't really ask.
Because this guy, look at what he did, bro. The other thing is, in a just world, he's going to face tremendous legal problems. Because he violated the Constitution right in front of our eyes. Congress has the power of the purse. He usurped that, right? They violated the Impoundment Control Act. You can't just hack into the Treasury, steal everybody's data, which, by the way, he did do that, which is another crime, and then also cut all the agencies that regulate your ass and cut all the social safety net programs, and that's what he did. But this is a sign, man, that they basically were like, you're done, homie. You're done, but I'm not done yet. Ready? In Mediaite. Politically toxic. Politico dives into why deeply unpopular Elon Musk has disappeared from D.C. Elon Musk was, just months ago, a fixture in Trump world, posing beside the president on the White House lawn, riding Air Force One, attending cabinet meetings, and even featuring prominently in Trump campaign emails. But he's now vanishing from the political foreground. In a sprawling deep dive published Monday, Politico journalists Jessica Piper and Holly Otterbein charted the tech mogul's rapid fall from Republican grace, pointing to a coordinated, if quiet, retreat by GOP operatives now wary of Musk's tanking popularity. Once omnipresent in Washington and virtually inseparable from Trump, Politico reported the name Elon Musk is now barely uttered in MAGA circles. Not by Trump, not by his team, not even by lawmakers. According to the outlet, the silence is strategic. Musk has become deeply unpopular with voters across the spectrum. The outlet notes that while Trump used to post about Musk, who donated $290 million into the 2024 Republican campaign about 4 times a week, he has not mentioned the businessman in online posts for over a month. Some Republicans describe Musk as politically toxic. He's finished, done, gone, one anonymous GOP operative told the publication. He polls terrible. People hate him. And for Republicans heading into a high-stakes midterm cycle, embracing a political liability is no longer a viable option. Even Trump's fundraising machine, once quick to pair Musk's name with donation appeals, has backed off. In February, mentions of Musk were routine in campaign emails. By May, they'd all but vanished.
Do you think that they kind of give him an ultimatum where they're just like, okay, so you're kind of turning off all of these other fundraisers. If you will match what their donations were, then maybe we'll consider keeping you.
Political reporter after analysis. Musk's government role as head of Doge was headline fodder in Trump's early days, but as tariffs and immigration now dominate the agenda, even his controversial cost-cutting efforts have lost their edge. Still, as Politico noted, Musk remains a specter for Democrats who are in no rush to drop him as a campaign foil. He still shows up in ads, especially in swing districts, often paired with Trump, a shorthand for the perceived extremism of the MAGA-led GOP. Justifying Democrats' continued fixation with Musk despite his retreat from the headlines, party strategist Jesse Ferguson told the outlet, ultimately the issue here was never about Musk, was never about Elon Musk. It was about Elon Muskism. Now, by the way, there was just a report he's still gonna meet with a South African delegation with Trump. He's still lurking behind the scenes, right? You still have Doge illegally slashing programs. All of that is still going on. Let's be crystal clear about that. So my takeaway from this is Occam's razor, basically. He's still allowed to fuck with our government, to cut whatever programs he wants, right? He still has the ear of the president because he spent, apparently it was $290 million to get Trump elected. So he still has free reign to do whatever he wants, but he lost free reign in terms of having the public see him, hear him, have him be a figurehead of MAGA, because they finally realized, hold on, look at the polls. Elon Musk is more unpopular than Joe Biden. Biden had like a 36% approval rating, and this is towards the end when his brain was leaking out of his ears and he was really struggling, and it looked like he was just, he was just dunzo. That was a 36% approval rating for Biden. Elon's down at 30. He's more unpopular. It's outside the margin of error. The guy really is like cancer politically. That's why his candidate in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race lost by double digits. That's why Democrats can beat up on this guy relentlessly. It turns out there really is only one Trump. Trump, it's like you could have all this dirt on him, you can attack him on it 24/7, and he still somehow finds a way to never go below his absolute floor and usually keep it even above his floor. He'll have a 45% approval rating at the same time he's slashing healthcare for poor people and starting 3 new wars. And it's like, how the fuck does this guy avoid the reality of politics that everybody else is subject to, where there's real-time fluctuation in like who likes you? He seems to be like immune to that. Elon Musk is the opposite. And it really goes back to just regular psychology here, where there's something about the guy that people just don't like. He's just icky. Something about him is just off. Something about the way he communicates just makes you want to walk away from him, makes you want to not listen to him, makes you want to not be around him. He's just deeply, deeply unlikable. He's like the least persuasive man on the planet. He's so fucking awkward. And they realized it, and the polls showed it, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court race validated it and verified it. And now they're like, hey man, you can keep causing havoc. You can keep destroying everything around us, but you're going to have to shut the fuck up and do it quietly because you're hurting us. So wow, the breakup really happened. But remember guys, it's not really a breakup unless and until Trump starts like verbally beheading him publicly. Right? It's not really. We've seen Trump breakups before. Yeah. It's not amicable. It's not quiet. Every breakup he's ever had.
That's also why he's kind of just sitting on his thumbs. Where he's just like, I can't really say much.
It's been very aggressive. It's been very like, I'm going to make.
But just wait. If he tries to put it on Elon, like if he tries to put all of like Doge's fails on Elon, then I could see this getting some pushback.
An example of your bitch ass. And he hasn't done that yet. Why? The answer is simple. Because we speculated early on there's probably some sort of a financial agreement that they had, some sort of a corrupt deal that they made behind the scenes, and that puts Trump in a position where he can't treat him like he would treat anybody else and publicly, verbally behead him, right? So, the speculation was Trump's got that scam crypto coin. Who do you think helped hook Trump up with this scam crypto coin where he's now making hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, right? There's all these corrupt tech deals and crypto deals that he has behind the scenes. I guarantee you it was Elon Musk and other broligarchs that set that up for him. And they also gave him all this money to make sure he gets elected. And all Trump has to do in response is basically let Elon Musk run the government. And that's what he did. That's what Doge was. That's what it meant to usurp the power of Congress and the president and start slashing programs and start stealing data, violating the Impoundment Control Act. Like, he really gave him free reign to do whatever the fuck he wanted. And so it looks to me like there was definitely a deal, because there is no publicly denouncing, verbally beheading. There is none of the messy breakup elements to this. There's just the, we got to quietly, you got to shut the fuck up and go quietly into the night, quietly into the background, but we'll still let you fuck around with our government. And so I honestly think both things are validated here. That there's a breakup in the sense that they basically told him, like, you got to shut the fuck up, you're hurting us, right? But there was some sort of a financial deal, because he's still lurking back there in the background, bro. He's still lurking, and Doge is still doing its fucking horrible shit. And it's not like they reversed all. No, of course they didn't reverse all that shit. They're fighting a lot of these cases in court, trying to argue it's okay that we, destroyed USAID and slashed pediatric cancer research and destroyed the NIH and stopped the long-term diabetes and Alzheimer's studies, etc. So really interesting that at least they've come to the realization that this guy cannot be a public face for us, because he is the worst of the worst. And clearly Elon Musk, it's clearly settled in where he realizes he's having another one of those moments like, well, why does nobody like me? Why do people always want me to shut up and not be around them? You could see it. It's written all over his face. The stench of rejection is there.
Oh yeah, and that those White House meetings where he was getting yelled at and then like embarrassed publicly, yeah, thinking that was something.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Let's see. Warning, they are now allegedly effing with U.S. Census racial categories, retroactively making changes prior to prior choices and reclassifying people's race without consent. This is yet another precursor warning sign of genocide. Where is the media? Cool. Where's the media? The media is literally just doing nothing. They're doing nothing. Jake Tapper's focusing on Joe Biden being old. That's what they're doing.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Holy cow, we got a lot of stuff to get to today. So in just a second, new bombshell report from CNN. Israel is apparently about to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. I'll walk you through that. By the way, the framing of that story is preposterous. They're lying in their framing of it, and don't worry, I'll make sense of all of it for you. Then we'll get to Elon Musk is not okay. It appears like he's been excommunicated and banished from MAGA, so that's fun. We have Democrats now throwing around millions of dollars trying to create the Joe Rogan of the left. We have Kristi Noem humiliating herself so bad that she should honestly resign. We have U.S. politicians being called out to their faces over the Gaza genocide. And then later on, MAGA civil war, Thomas Massey versus Donald Trump. A cancer expert says the quiet part out loud about Biden. And it's happening, y'all.
I don't
Not
care.
only did the Trump regime...
I'm going to tell you right now, that whole story, I don't give a shit. They are literally cutting our Social Security, but here, Majority Report spent almost 2 hours talking about Biden old.
already arrest innocent immigrants. Not only did they arrest
Everybody's
judges,
just taking it, dude. I'm so done.
but now they're arresting and
Like,
charging their political
We get it. He's old. He sucks. News.
opponents with felonies.
Meanwhile, literally, the big beautiful bill can't even get passed.
So horrific, full authoritarian dictator tyrant type stuff. So we'll talk about all that and more. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. It helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. Thank you to everybody who supports the show on Patreon. We couldn't do it without you. This is real grassroots media. I've never had a conversation with an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. So you guys fund the show $2 at a time, $5 at a time, etc. You could also sign up to support Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And go subscribe to my boy Corin's YouTube channel, Corin's World. We've been putting Kyle and Corin episodes on that channel. So if you want to see that show, definitely go subscribe over there. All right, guys, let's get it. So CNN says the following. New intelligence suggests Israel is preparing possible strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, U.S. officials say. So let me just pause to point out, it's interesting that the framing of this article is that like, oh, U.S. intelligence is sort of calling out Israel here, aren't they? That's strategic. I need you to understand that's strategic. We're going to walk through it in just a second. But also remember, there was an attack recently, which originally everybody thought it was some sort of an accident. But it turns out a top Israeli general basically came out and said, some people say it's an accident. Other people say we...
I was done with Biden before any of it. Again, the fact is, it's not a news story. Like, realistically, the way that the right is positing that this is the biggest scandal ever, it's not. It's not a big fucking scandal.
Bomb them. So there was sort of a
If it is, then that means Ronald Reagan's was too. I'm so sick of the disingenuous way that you guys like, and then you're like, oh, these people are, the Democrats are playing politics. Get fucking serious.
sly admission that
serious.
Israel
Like,
already
I
attacked
can't-
an Iranian port.
I can't entertain people like that unless they, at this point, are willing to even just passively criticize their side.
So that happened.
Meanwhile, we on the left, we have too much of a problem with that. We hyperfixate on every little minute detail and just go, oh, you know what?
Already?
And then find the one thing to convince us that we don't want to support somebody.
And that still hasn't been acknowledged by virtually
I'm actually convinced that a lot of people on the left are just looking for a reason to hate Bernie Sanders.
anybody, by the way. Just that one Israeli general came out and basically admitted it. But now they're saying the nuclear facilities are in the crosshairs. Okay. The U.S. has obtained new intelligence suggesting that Israel's making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, even as the Trump administration has been pursuing a diplomatic deal with Tehran. Multiple U.S. officials familiar with the latest...
I do kind of find it also funny how they're now pursuing a peace deal that he tanked.
Intelligence told CNN. Now, here's why that's bullshit. This is all kayfabe. This is all like professional wrestling type shit here. Because the terms that the U.S. are demanding the Iranians agree to are non-starters. For example, they're saying, you can't do any enrichment whatsoever. To which the Iranians respond, we have a right under international law to do enrichment for scientific research and for power for our power grid. To say zero enrichment, they know the Iranians can't agree to that. By the way, as you all know, Trump ripped up the original Iran agreement, which was working and which they were abiding by. So we violated the deal, and now we're going to badger them to get into a new deal with stricter terms? No, that makes no sense. All right, let's continue. Such a strike would be a brazen break with President Donald Trump, please, U.S. officials said. It could also risk tipping off a broader regional conflict in the Middle East, something the U.S. has sought to avoid since the war in Gaza inflamed tensions beginning in 2023. This is rank U.S. propaganda here. Oh, gosh golly, the U.S., we're so anti-war. We're just peaceniks over here. We're just a bunch of doves, and we never wanted the war in Gaza to get to this point. Then why do we keep sending them money, and why do we keep sending them weapons, and why do we keep providing them diplomatic cover at the UN and in the international community? Why did the Trump regime just agree to freeze the bank accounts of the head of the ICC who's charging Netanyahu with war crimes?
Reformed conservative,
This is ranked
dude.
propaganda.
Hey, it's good to see you. I see you changed your name. That's, bro, how you doing?
All right. Officials caution it's not clear that Israeli leaders have made a final decision and that, in fact, there is deep disagreement within the U.S. government about the likelihood that Israel will ultimately act. Whether and how Israel strikes will likely depend on what it thinks of the U.S. negotiations with Tehran over its nuclear program. Now, remember, Trump gave Israel the green light already. He said, hey, do you guys want to attack Iran? You can attack Iran. That's up to you. If you want to do it, you can do it. And then Trump also said in an interview with either Time or Newsweek, Israel won't drag us into the war, but if Israel goes to war with Iran, we'll willingly go fight with them. Oh, my God. So understand what's going on here. They're trying to create fake separation between Trump and Netanyahu so that when Netanyahu does this attack, Trump can say, well, I didn't agree to it. I was against it. But at the same time, I guess we have to back our ally. That's exactly what's going on here. The chance of an Israeli strike on an Iranian nuclear facility has gone up significantly in recent months, said another person familiar with U.S. intelligence on the issue. And the prospect of a Trump-negotiated U.S.-Iran deal that doesn't remove all of Tehran's uranium makes the chance of a strike more likely. So what they're trying to do here
You're doing very well.
is scare Iran. Sorry, Stinky's got a squishy toy. Is scare Iran into saying, okay, we'll do zero enrichment of anything. Among the military preparations the U.S. has observed are the movement of air munitions and the completion of an air exercise, two of the sources said. But those same indicators could also simply be Israel trying to pressure Iran to abandon key tenets of its nuclear program by signaling the consequences if it doesn't, underscoring the ever-shifting complexities the White House is navigating. Oh, please. CNN has the National Security Council and the Israeli Prime Minister's office has asked the National Security Council and the Israeli Prime Minister's office for comment. The Israeli embassy in Washington did not comment. Trump has publicly threatened military action against Iran if his administration's efforts to negotiate a new deal to limit or eliminate Tehran's nuclear program fail. But Trump also set a limit on how long the U.S. would engage in diplomatic efforts. So again, this is what you need to understand. Iran already abided by the last deal. It was verified over a dozen times by the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency of the UN. So they upheld their end of the bargain. It was the U.S. and Donald Trump specifically that ripped up the agreement. And so now the same person that ripped up the last agreement, which proves we're not good to our word because we didn't abide by our end of the deal, right? Now they're going to come in and demand stricter terms. And Iran's just being honest when they say, no, we're not going to agree to those terms of zero enrichment at all, because then you're saying we can't have power for our power grid and we can't do any scientific research, right? So the purpose of this article, it's U.S. intelligence agencies trying to put distance between Trump and Netanyahu and pretend like, hey, if something happens, if there's an attack, don't blame Trump. He's against it. It's actually Netanyahu's fault. But this is not going to work. And it's not going to work because they're lying. And it's not going to work because if Israel does the attack, which it looks like they will, Trump's going to willingly go in.
My aunt passed away 2 years ago. It's been very hard. She was transgender and was one of my best friends. I'm sorry to hear that.
And enjoy doing it as well. I mean, this is the same guy who said, Obama's poll numbers don't look good. I think he's going to start a war with Iran. So this is the way that he
That really does suck, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
thinks, hey, my poll numbers aren't doing well. If I start a war with Iran, my poll numbers will go up. And also, I could use more emergency powers that are authoritarian in nature. And I want an excuse to use those powers. I want an excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act and do martial law, for example. I want an excuse to stifle dissent. And so that's what's going on here. Don't fall for it. It's really interesting to me because we would see these articles every week when Biden was president. Oh, Biden's actually really pissed off at Netanyahu, bro. He's really running out of patience, bro. He's really going to pull the leash soon, bro. And
well, again, this is why I can't take anybody from MAGA seriously, because just a week ago, they were just like, look at Trump based doing the thing, solving the problem in the Middle East, and then nothing comes from it. Then he gets his big, beautiful plane. Vroom, he gets the vroom vroom in the sky with his gift from the Saudis, you know. What did Saudis what were they famously tied to planes with? God, it's almost like something.
And then nothing would happen.
Just like Trump, I forgot.
Right? And now we're seeing the same shit under Trump. Trump is really sort of fed up with Netanyahu, bro. He doesn't really agree with what's going on here. Can you believe this? And
I noticed your mother's memorial fund. I hope you can recover. I wouldn't wish this feeling upon my worst enemy.
the reality is he's not. He doesn't
I'm gonna be real with you, man. I don't think it's ever gonna be. It's not gonna get better.
care. He agrees with Netanyahu. By the way, the over $100 million he took from the Israel lobby and from Miriam Adelson, yeah, there are strings attached
The weird part is, with the passing of more time, it's actually getting harder.
to it. And the strings are support the annihilation of Gaza, the genocide.
And I just did make the announcement that, I'm having a rough time specifically because I have another death day. I got
And
another
also-
anniversary coming up tomorrow.
So when Israel does war with Iran, you come in as well.
It's just a lot, man.
American lives, American boots on the ground for a war that would make the Iraq war look like peanuts. So here we go, man. Here we go. It's happening already.
That's also where, I did kind of really come to terms with the fact that my mom being scared that the doctor's office that she was going to go to get checked wouldn't accept her Medicaid.
This is a terrifying moment. Like I said, there's already evidence that Israel attacked Iran in terms of their port. You have a Israeli general came out and basically said, maybe it was an accident, maybe it wasn't. I'm just saying. And now they're already leaving the breadcrumbs and the warning signs, and they're effectively saying, we know where this is going to end up. Because again, and we discussed this the other day, for the Trump regime to say zero enrichment for anything, that is them effectively saying, we're going to do war against you. And yes, it would be Israel and the U.S. We are the aggressors. There's no imminent threat. There's no danger. This is no
No, but again, we have an entire subculture of Americans that think that we are somehow now being overrun by Venezuelans.
This is
Don't know where that came from.
self-defense, and it's obvious.
Don't know why they chose Venezuela, but
No, it's Israel and the U.S. being the aggressor. And it would be Iran who would be engaged in self-defense in this scenario. And it should be obvious to you who the bloodthirsty
I don't have the heart to mess with you when you are mourning. Catch you later.
warmongers are
Hey,
in
appreciate
this
it.
world. When you look around and Trump is bragging about bombing Yemen, bragging about bombing Somalia.
But you just kind of gave the game away. You're just messing with me. Do you actually give a shit about any of this? Do you actually care about learning? Do you care about what's good for you?
As he's already done, talking about
Or, I don't know, actually scratch that. Do you care what's good for other people? Besides you? There we go.
war with Mexico, threatening Canada, threatening Panama, threatening Greenland. He's a neocon imperialist, bloodthirsty warmonger. And
I like how he essentially just went, no, it's not. This is no fun.
of course, shit, Netanyahu might even be worse. Because here's this guy who was bombing the shit out of babies in Gaza at the same time bombing Lebanon.
About what, though? What's your issue? What do you actually give a shit about?
Right now, wanting to add Iran to the list, they're really in the process of trying to create greater Israel.
And where are you willing to admit that, like, hey, Trump might be full of shit on this one. This wasn't as bad as it was.
It's an annihilationist and exterminationist and expansionist program. And
like, oddly enough, I had to do that. I literally had to do that, where I was just like, you know what? In hindsight, Trump's first presidency, now having to live through this one, I'm like, oh yeah, the first one wasn't that bad. And like, it's kind of weird. Again, hindsight being 2020, where it's like, oh, those checks and balances, that did kind of keep him in check, you know, admitting that it's like, yeah, he didn't take the economy until he was faced with an actual, like, you know, problem.
I've seen enough evidence.
Which does kind of, I don't know, man. For everybody that likes to glaze his nuts, they don't ever look at the fact that he was a terrible leader when we needed him the most. And he made really shitty, like, bad decisions, and just he made decisions too late.
To conclude,
it was constant, and it was always just because it's like, hold on. I don't want to see stock market go down. You telling me stock market's going down anyway? Well, I guess you know what? We better do something about this.
That's what's going on here, and we know who the baddies are. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
When we had the First Lady land in O'Hare Airport, that's when something should have been done. But nah. Ridiculous. But whatever. Realistically. Man, chair's squeaky today. My big thing is, because I'm mourning, I can also tell you, it's like, nah, I can get a little bit to the point. Just, again, dude, this isn't for trolling. I don't care if I own you or whatever the fuck. It's ownage. It's not why I'm doing this. I can change your mind on even one issue, or just make you, like, I don't know, see things with a little bit of nuance, and not think that everybody on the left or everybody is, you know, that doesn't agree with you politically is somehow your fucking enemy, because you do realize where that's taking you, right? And on top of it, you're unrealistic, because if they were truly that bad, you were truly that afraid, you'd be at war right now with your neighbor or with whoever your closest leftist. I'm tired of your fake outrage. I'm tired of the fake, like, no, you meanie bobini lefties. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it all with you people. Like, God, at least be as tough as you act. If you guys were, then you'd be able to just go, oh, they said words that I don't agree with? Okay. Then move on. My rants are fun today. Hype train level 2. Okay. All right. Yeah, and a MEHDI HASAN appearance. Looking forward to watching this, so then we'll get to the KASPARIAN. Here, actually, you know what? Set this up. There. KASPARIAN. Just gotta love this. So, apparently, Anna has a new show, and it's, a ripoff of The View, which that was already a format that definitely needed to be reused. But I guess she had a discussion where they were talking about Democratic candidates, and I guess the mask came full off, guys. I think that I've been saying it, and I think that you can look out for it a little bit more. That, yeah, definitely blonder hair, redder dresses, and yeah, possibly, like I said, either a job at News Nation or Fox News. News Nation would still be a little bit of centers for her, but I really do think that she's auditioning for her place on the right. So let's take a look at what they have to say about the Democratic candidates.
2028 talk. All right, go.
Where do I even
Where
start?
do we begin?
This is a complete clown car. This is the same guy. He's an oligarch. Let's remind.
I've been having a rough couple days myself. Hearing you yell at Chad is weirdly cathartic. Thank you for streaming today. Wishing you all the
Folks,
best.
this is a guy who's
Thanks, Ree.
pretending to be a man of the people.
I
He's
appreciate
so
that.
wealthy. He's a billionaire. And you know what he said just the other day? He said Republicans should have no peace because we dare to protect our borders. That is a crime that we're committing.
Is that?
He
I didn't
is
know
saying that's what he's saying. He says that we.
He did say that,
He
yeah.
did say that. And
I don't agree with that language. I don't think it's helpful to talk about how, your political opponent should know no peace. That's crazy, but
absolutely
he did say
not.
it.
And because that's essentially inciting the violence that Democrats were obviously guilty of during the summer of 2020 when they held
Does
up
she hear
a
herself?
drug addict, George Floyd, as their
So then by her, literally, she doesn't make any sense because then it's okay then. Like, what? Something you're outraged about, you just, in the same sentence went, yeah, but then they
emblem
should do
of
that.
racial justice. And so Pritzker is bringing that all back. And he
My cringe always gets pushed to the limits watching them talk. Yeah,
he
I
and
definitely got to speed this one up. I want to
and
get through this.
Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg, they're all vying to be the lead contender of the 2020 race.
I ain't liking
and
that
all
video
of them
either.
have very deep flaws.
I
Like,
have
where do
my
even
limits, although you guys should definitely like the stream and sub to the channel if you haven't already.
And AOC is currently on this anti-oligarchy tour. And you know what? She was just exposed
pissing
for
people
flying
off
on a
today.
private
It's all
jet.
right.
I saw that as well. I reposted that as
And-
well.
and Jillian,
compliments of
ladies-
Charlie Kirk with Bernie
Exactly.
Sanders.
Yeah.
And you know on what day she was exposed? On
Earth Day.
Wow,
Yeah.
how ironic. I
Yeah.
think of everyone that I've kind of tuned into, tapped into, it seems like she's probably the most viable option, at least for Gen Z. And that seems to be what's
AOC.
for Gen Z specifically. Like, I think that when it comes
Woof.
to the primaries,
What's
I
your
think that she's pretty
criticism
much a lock
beyond
with Gen
every,
Z,
like,
possibly the general
just
election as
talking
well, if she
point?
were to make it that far.
Like, God, these people are so Fox News pilled that they don't have an argument for why no AOC. Just woof, just AOC, just AOC bad. Green New Deal, what?
But I
Like,
think
that's
that
all
her
they
views
have.
would be a little
They
bit
don't
more of an
have any
issue with
substance
anyone who
behind
is
it,
more
like,
moderate
their arguments.
or anyone who, I mean, she's a self-proclaimed socialist at the end of the day. And there's a lot of people who buy into that without really knowing what it means and the true implications of that. You know?
I mean, I don't know if she's a socialist, to be quite frank. I think that she tends to position herself or present herself as someone who is very far left economically speaking. But when you look at her leadership or how she has governed as a member of Congress, she seems to really lean into more of the culture war stuff than anything else, to
That's
be
how
honest
I've
with you.
always perceived her as being Listen, I also want to get this out of the way because she's not a bartender. She has like a double major.
Yeah, by the
Can
way,
you pull this up? She's actually
let me
quite,
just-
I don't like her politics, but I'm sick and tired of calling her a bartender because I believe she's got like a double major in economics or political science, something. She's
By the way,
she's not
I
an
mean-
idiot.
I like how Lydia just stared off into space.
But honey,
Oh my God. Her two brain cells just kind of like
she might
faded
have
away.
waited her way through college. What's her education, Nat? Yeah, get back to me on that one.
To be honest with you, I have no problem
I don't
with
either.
members of Congress
That actually hurt.
having worked like
Yeah.
normal jobs
Agreed.
because they're more likely to be able to connect with ordinary, everyday Americans and understand the lives they live. The fact that she was a bartender, I don't see as a knock on her record at all.
Exactly.
I actually think that's one of the things.
I actually think it's the opposite. I think
Yeah.
it helps her.
Agreed.
And I think it was a mistake on the Republican side to say, oh, she's the bartender, you'd vote for a bartender.
Agreed.
Right.
I
Many
totally
Americans
agree
are
with you.
proud
The
to be
issue
bartenders.
is the
yeah.
disgusting hypocrisy.
this?
The fact that she
Well,
labels
you're
herself as this
multiplying.
climate,
What's
the
happening?
originator of the Green New Deal.
Oh, I think Lindy might be getting pushed out of her job.
Has the gumption to
Who's the weakest link on the show? Because they've already got too many people. They're not, trust me, they're not trying to format 6 talking heads.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead, sweetheart. There it is. So she attended Boston University, where she double majored in international
They just shut down Lindy.
relations
The pause that I had there too.
and
Wonderful.
economics, graduating with honors. So I just want to say, like, the fact that people.
climate, that
Hold on, hold on.
the originator of the Green New Deal, she has the gumption to fly.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead, sweetheart. There it is. So she attended Boston University, where she double majored in international relations and economics, graduating with honors. So I just want to say, like, the fact that people put her down and suggest, oh, she's a waitress, as if there was anything wrong with that, which we've just established there's nothing wrong with it. But she's also very intelligent and very well educated. I'm not a fan, but I think it's important we give credit where credit is due.
But the issue is her hypocrisy. I am a staunch environmentalist, which is actually what kept me in the Democratic Party for more than a decade. I care deeply.
She's so stupid
about clean air and clean water. This is the hill that I will die on. And she dares to fly around on private jets all day long, every week, day in and day out. And
Jillian Michaels. I am not a fan of anybody on this. I think that this is painful, but at the same time, a little bit funny.
Call herself.
This put me in a better mood.
An environmentalist, like
somehow watching somebody this stupid get demolished is just like, okay.
How dare you? How dare you become one of the most egregious carbon emitters? You're literally killing us.
Okay, we're just letting them fight.
That's
Oh
what you do. I feel
yeah.
that strongly about it.
Would you never fly on a private jet?
This is like watching wrestling, like literally, but they're all heels. So like this, this is like the ultimate angle for me, where I'm just like, oh, okay, so I don't care who.
Jets, I can't. I have plenty of opportunity to trust.
Right, and you've rejected them at every opportunity.
Every single opportunity.
I'm not going to pretend I have not rejected it any opportunity.
But the point is the hypocrisy.
Of course,
That's
it's not
the
just
issue.
that. It's not. I'm not done though, because at the Met Gala, she goes in this designer
Establish thyself.
gown. She said she's a woman of the people. She goes to the Met Gala of all places and hobnobs with the richest people.
Oh, you mean isn't the Met Gala like super invitation only?
In the
like
world.
I don't know how that fucking works. It's listen, I already hate fine art. Like I think that the art world is some of the biggest bunch of bullshit on the planet. But yeah. Somebody explain how that one works.
And didn't hate a dressmaker, by the way. That was another scandal.
Never do. But I also want to go back. You said she's a socialist. You said I don't know if she's a socialist. That's kind of the point.
Also, don't criticize if you're just jealous and you would go, because we all know Lindy Lee, if she was invited to the Met Gala, she would literally be there in a trash bag.
Knows if she's a
literally in a trash bag.
Socialist. Mostly, that's kind of the point of socialism. Those at the top are never socialists themselves, but everybody underneath them. So she's got a chunk of young people in the country advocating for socialism, not realizing that their leader doesn't actually believe in it and that they don't even know what they're marching for. That's the problem.
You can outline what's actually in the Green New Deal, because it's my understanding it's pretty socialist.
Yes.
From cradle to grave,
There's
Kennedy
jobs
says, from
guarantee in
womb to
there.
tomb, everything's paid for. You know,
It's not. It has never gone up for a vote. This idea that they can keep constantly talking about it like this, it has been this thing that has been brought up over and over and over again, and is somehow still a looming threat with, I don't know, no possibility of being passed.
The socialism debate, though, is kind of
frustrating.
frustrating because in this country, we do live in a mixed economy. And I think that's the right balance, right? It's important to have private industry. Right. I don't want the government making my shoes or my clothes. But there are certain elements of society that I think we need to take the profit motive out of, right? So, for instance, I don't like the idea of private prisons because they're motivated to make money off of imprisoning people. So they're going to lobby hard.
I like how Anna's like losing the plot, but she still has a little bit left where it's
for
just like
these insane policies, tough on crime policies that don't make any sense, so they can keep their prison beds full of inmates. So in those cases, I think it makes more sense to have government, like a government-run type of situation. But we do have a mixed economy. I think that's the right way to go about it. And when it comes to redistribution of wealth,
I will say this much. They are a lot more polite to each other than the women on The View, where, like, you listen to any clip from The View, and it is impossible.
Okay, let's have a conversation about that and a real debate about that. I think the problem is everything is very surface level. I don't know if she really genuinely does identify as a socialist. The fact of the matter is most of what I've gotten from AOC so far in her time in Congress is the culture war stuff.
Race baiting.
And I agree with you to a lot.
I find that
the whole mixed economy thing, this is a discussion that we often have in Australia, because Australia is certainly even more of a mixed economy than what the US
she is Australian.
specifically when it comes to healthcare.
Right.
And one thing I always said was that I received far better, quote unquote, healthcare when I was in Australia, forgetting that that was nearly a decade ago. And it's really interesting to see the way that has changed over the period of the last decade. Everybody used to speak about how amazing the healthcare system in Australia was. And yes, a part of that was the fact that for the most part it was free and many of the services were free. But now, today, you can't actually get a high quality of service. And people are coming to the United States for simple things that should be treatable within their home country, but because they don't want to be put on a list.
What are the chances Anna's doing a super secret MAGA infiltration like Jack Bauer infiltrating a gang?
Wait for several months. I believe this is even happening in Canada, for example, which have Australia, Canada, a lot of similarities. We're under the rule of the Commonwealth, right? So very similar in that sense. There are surely benefits somewhat to a mixed economy, but I think we really need to define what those are and be super clear on that, because it's very easy to say, oh, the healthcare system in Australia is better because it's free. Right. Why is everyone flocking here then? How come there are people in Australia who are literally dying in waiting rooms because there aren't enough doctors to be able to perform the operations that need to be performed? Like, there are benefits to monetizing certain industries because it creates incentives, but we over-incentivize, you know? So where's the balance? How can
you make a really good point. And in fact, there are some issues with our system aside from the inaccessibility of healthcare for a lot of people, especially those living in poverty. So in the United States,
obviously, the cost of
becoming a
separate
doctor,
conversation,
right? So right now,
we're just touching upon
there are certain doctors in certain specialized fields, including, by the way, primary care physicians who don't make that much money, who we're running out of them. Okay, there's a shortage of primary care physicians because you got to take.
They're all aging out and retiring.
Out a ton of debt to get educated and get the credentials necessary to be that doctor. And if you're not going to be able to make enough money to pay back your loans, that's not going to be an appealing field of work for you. So we're actually kind of running into the same problem as other countries that have socialized healthcare because of how difficult it is to become a doctor.
Oh, that actually, funny enough, makes the argument from earlier that I was talking about, where even though you have to wait a little bit, maybe we still need that little bit of socialization to our system so we can, kind of pad the other parts of this where we don't have to commodify, I don't know, living. Like just literally going to get a checkup to make sure that you can still,
and to pay your
bills.
Don't
need any extra care
after taking out all those massive loans.
Because realistically, that's also what happens, is it does kind of price people out of preventative medicine, and then it makes it even harder and more expensive down the line.
I want to bring you back to, this is a very,
I mean, I'm not really giving a new information here.
I love it, and we can definitely litigate it on a different show.
That was literally just blah,
But I want to bring you
blah.
back to the topic at hand, simply because, as a former Democrat, I am deeply alarmed that the Dems are doubling down on wokeism.
Rich people should get better health care. That's what's bothering me out of this, is when it really comes down to it. They're just, these people want to make sure that their doctors aren't too busy seeing those pores to not be there for them.
From the fringe, step away from the wrong side of the 80-20 issues. Let's move more to the center. Let's be more moderate. And instead, the hero that is rising is the most woke.
But you said this message should come, right? I mean, you could probably answer this better than me. Who's the message supposed to come from? They don't have a leader.
Guys, let me just put this into perspective for you. Their leader is a guy named Ken Martin, who no one has ever heard of. All right, put him aside. And then they
No. You don't get to put him aside. Who's Ken Martin?
No. Ken Martin. He's like a completely boring dude. He's completely irrelevant. That's my point.
Then
the
why
person
would you
they
bring
have
him
as
up
the
if
face
he's
of the party right now
Wait a
is a
minute.
guy who looks more anorexic than I do. David Hogg. Okay?
even know
He's
who
a
this
complete
is.
joke.
You know who David Hogg is?
I don't know who David Hogg is.
He is a guy who said that we should abolish ICE, that we should get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay.
He's a guy throwing bombs every single day. The guy is completely off his rocker. Not only that, he's doing us a favor. He's primary Democrats. He's going after Democrats who are not woke enough in his eyes.
In safe blue districts, so
they're going to primary. AOC's going to primary Chuck Schumer, I'm hearing.
Well, AOC might do that. I have no idea.
She's thinking about running for president.
But that is a little bit okay. So it's interesting because right now in the Democratic National Committee there are two competing ideologies, and it's all under the same tent.
I've seen this.
Ken Martin represents the honestly pro-corporate wing of the Democratic Party. He's the guy who said, there's some good billionaires, and the good billionaires are the ones that give to the Democratic Party, right? On the other side, you have David Hogg, who's a vice chair of the DNC. Yes, he is definitely more socially left-wing than even I am, and he wants to primary what he has considered to be.
Wait a minute. I thought that you didn't like this is where it does get a little confusing, where it's like, wait, how far right did you go and how much were you pretending?
The ineffective Democrats
Who
in
do you
safe
not
blue
like?
districts, the do-nothing Democrats, basically, right?
Okay.
The thing is, okay, well, what are you pushing for when you say they do
Listen,
nothing?
That's what I was
man,
going to ask you.
What direction do you want the candidates to go in? And that's really the devil's in the details.
Is do nothing resist at all costs, or you're doing nothing?
Right now, the Democratic base seems to want Democrats to resist at all costs. And I think that might be short-sighted because you should look at the issues, issue by issue. What do you want the Democrats to fight back against?
I think that's
if it makes sense, it makes sense. But if you just want them to resist Trump or the Trump administration at any and all costs, even if he's doing something that's popular and most Americans like it, you're only going to hurt yourself.
But when you say the
No,
base,
that is actually true.
Yeah.
do you mean the loudest people on Twitter or the ones
Pretty
who show up
much,
to Bernie
pretty
rallies
much.
or actual Democrats?
That's actually a great question. Thank you for asking it, because I think right now what the party is getting wrong is they're only listening to the loudest voices, the activists, those who run, left-leaning NGOs and nonprofits. I don't think that's representative of the Democratic base. In fact, I think a lot of people who were in the Democratic base abandoned Democrats and voted for Trump. And I think Democrats need to figure out why that happened.
And because they're silent, people forget that they exist. But I think that's still the majority of the Democrat Party.
I think
that's
so,
a good
too.
60, 70%.
Also, speaking as a former donor, let me tell you, people are pissed off. They are hemorrhaging donors by the day. I may have left the party, but I still talk to my friends, so I have my ear on the ground. People hate Obama. I also want to make people aware that Obama has lost so much credibility as a result of the 2024 campaign.
Because he knew that Biden was completely gone.
And
Former donor outed. I mean, that's how she got famous, was just being like, I saw this going on during Kamala's candidacy in the Biden campaign. No, she's just outright like a pick-me for anybody in politics. Like she just even said it at one point with that in the interview that she did. I forgot with who. But she's like, what am I supposed to do? Not be part of politics? It's like, well, yeah. Actually.
If you don't vote Democrat. Like, I mean, in so many words.
Like, if you have absolutely zero principles and just go wherever the money takes you, then yeah.
He was yelling at black men for not.
I mean, honestly, she's disgusting, and she should be disgusting to even the right. Like, really? Are you really that excited about somebody that just openly is like, yeah, I was a Democratic donor. I sat there. I was part of these campaigns. I was part of I was at the DNC. I saw all these things. And I was infiltrating.
Not giving Kamala Harris a chance.
Young black men.
It was young people that used to.
How do you? And at that point, how do you even trust her?
Yeah, and it was young
Because
black
she might be infiltrating now.
men that used to look up to him. I'm sure it was people my age and younger.
Also,
I'm not wanting to vote.
I did too.
So you'd be good in his book.
I want to say, Anna, thank you for giving some color to Ken Martin, because I actually was wrong to gloss over him. Because now I have to say one thing. In 2023, I was at a dinner actually with Wendell Pierce, the dude from The Wire. He was to my left. I was with my brother.
She had to get a name drop in too.
My brother to Chicago. We were having dinner with Kamala Harris. It was the same day. It was September 13th, 2020. I have a weird memory. It was September 13th, 2023. On September 12th.
Hold on, guys. I got to read this text to you. Hi, this is Mac from the Illinois Democratic Party. Are you interested in running for county-level office?
David Ignatius dropped an op-ed, a bombshell op-ed.
And they
in the
dropped a link for run for Congress.
Posting Biden shouldn't run because he's in cognitive decline. Not in so many ways. Anna, do you remember that op-ed?
I don't remember that op-ed, but I remember thinking Biden's too old in 2020.
Right, this is 2020.
Right. In 2020, the writing was absolutely on the wall. And many different doctors I were working with thought that he might have Lewy body dementia.
Thoughts?
On the Parkinson's.
Yeah.
4 years prior.
Let's talk to Parkinson's. I have something to say about that. But on September 13th, when I was discussing the op-ed with Ken Martin, I was like, don't you think Biden is too old to run? And I said this in a group of people. And
oh my God, guys. Everybody, they ignored Lindy Lee.
Wanted to be polite. And I didn't want
if they just
want to offend anybody.
Listen to Lindy.
He made me feel so stupid. He shot me down so fast. Wow. He made me feel like I was a crazy one for just reflecting common sense. Like this guy's brain was melting in front of the entire world.
Or you don't understand fucking politics as well as you think. Literally, the guy just sitting there going like, dude, it's...
And he made...
The 11th hour. Everybody has already said it too.
It's not hyperbole.
Like, trust me, I'm not trying to stand up for this. Again,
You're spot on.
The fact that we were told, don't believe your lying eyes, don't believe your lying ears, from the Democrats. Even, like, I remember saying that to my one friend where I was just like, you do realize that, like, I'd rather have a dead dude in office than Donald Trump. That should just tell you something.
I feel so shamed and next to someone
like,
that Ken Wendell Pierce, who I admire. I was...
Yeah, I'm worried that literally...
so embarrassed. Like, he was like, oh...
Trump is going to be that bad.
And
this is the Democrats' Achilles heel. Their unwillingness to take any constructive feedback. They hate it. They don't want any criticism. They want to be told that they're wonderful and everything they're doing is right.
Well,
and that has made the party weaker. on the media end of things, the unwillingness
I just thought of Bernie Sanders. I'm like, what?
for left-wing media figures to engage in dialogue and debate with the right has made them weaker in their arguments, unable to defend their positions. And my argument is, listen, you got to test your ideas out. And if you're unable to defend your own positions when you're in a debate with someone on the right, then your ideas are crappy. And you need to recalibrate. They're unable to recalibrate, and they're lost right now because they haven't gone through the rigorous challenge of their ideas because they think they're great. They're in their own little bubble, and they don't take any criticism.
Or is it realistically? What are these democratic ideas that they're holding on to anyway?
And
like,
not
I'm lost at this point because I don't know.
to harken back to something that has now come and gone, but I have
Status
found
quo?
in the
Was
past
that it?
2 years that I've engaged in these conversations, very few people on the left will show up, as you just mentioned, and it wasn't just me. It was Kamala not showing up for Joe Rogan, Kamala not showing up for Bill Maher, and on and on and on. So I wonder, is it not just because we're elitist and we think we're better and we're not going to engage with you, or is it because they're afraid of being lampooned in the way that Larry David went after Bill Maher? He tried to mock him, he tried to humiliate him, and there is a definite association. I remember when he started coming out, making some really candid points about the vaccine and the fact that they shoved Kamala down everyone's throat. I asked her to come talk on my podcast, and I could tell she was afraid because I'd moved so far to the left. Whitney, I love you. I hope it's not personal. But nevertheless, she's like, I don't know that I want to get involved in this. And I was like, girl,
Because she knows she's going to be dogpiled.
right, she's going to get smashed.
Totally.
So is that part of it, that the left purges constantly and cancels constantly?
I think it depends who. But obviously, a celebrity comedian, 1,000%. I think with politicians, like you said, I think they actually cannot hold up. They cannot handle a debate on their policies for more than 5 minutes at a time because they are very used to being transactional politicians, memorizing a line, smiling, and getting away with it. Not many people before Donald Trump could sit down for an hour-long podcast. It wasn't just, the Democrats sucked at this. Republicans used to suck at this, too. Donald Trump came out, set a precedent that I could sit on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. Now you show up and do the same. I think Republicans, after Trump is done, will struggle with this as well.
Really?
With Democrats, it's just so blatantly obvious right now because they're up against him with every interview that they do.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, yes, JD Vance out there.
Okay,
we already saw how well that went.
Typically, even when, they
We have a new pope.
were in power.
That's
We even
what
saw this
happened.
when Joe Biden was running. He was hiding in the basement. And yes, COVID was the excuse at the time, right? We saw the same thing with Kamala Harris. It was several months before she was even able to give an interview. If this is when they technically had the social currency in their corner, when they were in power and they were still acting like that, what do you think the likelihood is that they're going to start coming out now with full confidence doing all of these things when it's the Republicans in power?
Right.
There's even, it's even less likely that they're going to come out and start doing that. They almost had an obligation to do it before, and they still missed.
I want to throw out names, and I want
The fact that they really just cannot see the forest for the trees on this one and just be like, hey, we really need to run somebody that has, a little bit of charisma, but also just does tell it like it is, throw shit in there occasionally. Beto tried it. People are kind of starting to get on the Beto train a little bit, but I don't see that going well because he's already lost how many elections in Texas. So, yes, different stage. But
Jillian, and I'm not here to hurt any feelings, but I'm also here to tell the truth.
crazy about some of his platforms.
Kamala Harris has a unique problem amongst Democrats or amongst politicians or human beings in general. She is of such middling intelligence.
She is.
Holy shit. Coming from you?
She needs a script.
Whoa.
Like having worked with her, if you
brutal.
don't put something in front of her, she's not going to know
Mother
what to say.
of.
Okay. Okay. Not exactly a Kamala fan, but you don't become a prosecutor in general by being a middling intelligence. Maybe you do end up on her take, but this is wow.
Oh God, it's unbearable to watch her try to put a sentence together.
And you have to have some. Look, I don't buy the argument that she's dumb.
I don't think she's dumb at all.
She cannot
make a point. It is torture.
Look, I agree with you on that. I just think that she has to have some level of intelligence to be she was a district attorney. She was a prosecutor. I don't think she's dumb. I don't know if she was meant to be an elected lawmaker. I don't know if she was meant to be a politician. I think a politician is different from a prosecutor, right? She's not a talented politician, and she certainly doesn't have the ingredients for great leadership. She just doesn't.
But she was
Yeah, she really, I'll admit that during her primary, the first time.
This is the point I want to throw out.
I think the problem is she's
the front runner.
I know. She was told you don't need to be able to do it. We will handle that for you.
I'm sure.
That's the problem.
I'm sure, but you have to put a sentence together on friggin' Joe Rogan.
MAGA is easy to infiltrate. Just wear a hat and chant USA, USA.
The problem is she was chosen because she was black. And Joe Biden picked her because it was insurance. Because she was so shitty of a candidate that he thought, there's no way they would remove me from the ticket.
You know who was awesome, though? Do you remember, I think her name was Keisha Lance Bass?
Lance Bottoms.
What happened to her? Why didn't he pick her?
This is interesting because
reasonable, rational, wanted the rioting to stop.
They wanted an
I didn't expect Julian to like actually
empty
have
vessel
like
that they
a
could
semi-good
control
take
and
there.
operate and do their bidding regardless.
She was
Yes,
awesome.
anybody like
I liked
Anna,
her.
who like these more intelligent people on that side who can actually articulate a point without deferring to their emotions, like they don't want those people because they're not controllable. There's an agenda and a machine behind the Democratic Party. They may as well.
Okay, that's kind of silly. Like, what?
They may
Okay, that's like the reason that Trump is also kind of popular is because he does lead with his emotions.
be one behind the
What are you
Republican
talking
Party.
about?
Not that I've detected.
It has to be.
But the
I think Donald Trump
implications
broke
and what
it,
the
but it was
liberals,
there the whole time.
what they were trying to do and what they were trying to achieve through the Democratic Party, like it was so evil. I'm
Oh my God, you have got to move your mic up.
so glad that we avoided that. I'm so glad. I can't even
Introducing
imagine
this.
what another 4 years of that leadership, where that would have left this
Well,
country.
let me just say this. If you are basing your entire campaign on protecting democracy, you can't then anoint the Democratic nominee. And that's exactly what happened. Democratic voters, I mean, all voters were lied to about Biden's mental decline. That cover-up was absolutely hideous and disgusting. And then at the same time, look, I hear what you're saying, Lindy. The idea that you should pick the vice president based on their skin color is unacceptable. Unacceptable under any context.
But if you play that game, my whole point is if you were going to play race baiting and all that identity politics, there were brilliant people that were black. You
No,
could
I agree.
You
I
could
agree.
have postured and virtue signaled with a person who was excellent and just so happened to be of color if you were trying to exploit that.
Right.
And,
I agree.
she is a bumbling. I'm sorry, a moron. I gave it up to AOC, guys. This is completely. Impartial. She cannot put a sentence together. And to throw out the other leading candidates, I want to hear your thoughts. You've got Pritzker, we talked about AOC, we talked about Harris is in the lead.
Again, this is a weird point to make when, honestly, like you're kind of. Did this happen where they applied Joe Biden's debate performance to Kamala and forget how poorly Donald Trump did? Because they talk about how well he does in a 3-hour format, but he tanked that debate. Like, I don't care. Again, yes, the man's president. But when you look at it objectively, that guy lost that debate.
Then
it put him in a really bad spot.
Whitmer. Okay,
Oh my
come on.
gosh,
This
yeah.
in the Oval
She is
Office. It
dead on
ended for
arrival.
me right there.
Yeah.
When she did that, can you find that for me, Nat? I don't even know what happened. She's in the Oval Office with Trump, and she decides that
She didn't expect to be in there, so she didn't plan ahead. So she had to explain to her base why she was in there. So the first instinct is, let me cover my face. Maybe they won't notice me. That was where she went.
Are you
that's
2 years
so
old?
weak
Yeah.
and so pathetic
Yep,
that
it
it
is.
ended any chance of me having an ounce of respect to even entertain her as an option in 2028. But thoughts on her before I move on to the next
Well,
caller?
let me say something about her doing the,
Please.
covering her face
Do
because
it.
she didn't want to be pictured with Trump. The Democratic Party created the monster that they're now running from, and that monster was created by constantly fear-mongering about Trump and his administration, doing so incessantly to the point where, like, there are
Now he can actually like just do this because nobody's listening anymore.
voters in this country who view him as a figure similar to Hitler.
Yes,
and so if you're pictured with him, you know that Democratic voters are going to be very upset.
She's
and
a governor.
So she's part of this Democratic machine that
She's low charisma for most, but she is smart.
created the
Yeah.
unfortunate culture that we're currently living in, where you literally can't even have a conversation with a political opponent.
I mean, just go back to any of my earlier videos. I think it was like my second or third one where I got really upset that I was listening to the same exact speech verbatim, and I was just like, okay. And then somebody's just like, well, they need to get their message across, it's state by state, not everybody's going to hear this. It's like, yeah, but the fact is most people are paying attention, especially at that point in the like early days there, those rallies were getting some numbers, man, like that you did not see with Democrats.
Without people
kind of hurt her where, again, repeat.
On your side being really
I
angry
am
about
robot.
it.
I
But
will
we
give my
need
speech.
to speak with
and
one
then at the DNC, she said the same talking points, like with the same inflection. It was just like, ugh.
We need to
Spineless.
talk. We need to
Pathetic.
see each other as Americans, even if we disagree politically.
That's what I've been saying. But again, here's where Anna kind of misses this point where most of MAGA doesn't agree with you. Your friends here might, but most of the other people do not.
Let's hash it out. Let's debate. And then when the debate's over, we love one another as Americans. We can accept each other's differences.
What are you talking about?
That's what this country used to
That's
be.
not what they do,
just
though.
exhibited
That's
that.
not what they do. And the thing is, then you walk away from that thinking, like, look at how friendly we are. Like, this is what happened with Cenk and Charlie Kirk.
I mean, we definitely got into a
That's why everybody is so critical about it.
Exactly,
right?
but you and I are still disagreeing.
Like, you don't see that you're being used? Okay.
Being in a cordial manner.
Well,
That's a spirit of
Something
America. I just want to say, also, all you need to
They're more like actors paid to say a line than academics who do critical thinking.
is to look at the way that Biden and Trump were yucking it up in the Oval Office after the election. And so this fear-mongering, this Trump derangement syndrome, it was all just a show.
Actually, again, you want to put this to bed, then like if Trump has some fucking humanity, I don't know, maybe did he say anything about Biden's cancer diagnosis, but beyond going, they were hiding it, guys. Look, this is much more of a story. Do not pay attention to the bill that we're totally trying to shove down your throats and that's going to totally balloon the deficit.
And the way that Obama was yucking it up with Trump at someone's funeral, at Jimmy Carter's funeral.
What I'm really sick of is the fact that in the time that I've been following politics, I have had to hear about the deficit only when it's convenient for any Republican candidate to bring it up, or anybody that's trying to just, I don't know, like hold water for being a Republican, which is always insane to me because these are people that it doesn't help.
A lot of them do not believe what they're saying. A lot of them are doing it for the grift.
When I see somebody that makes under $50K a year and they're just like so staunchly Republican and they fight for this shit, it really messes with my brain.
Bernie Sanders is
like,
also, I think, doing it for the grift. This is someone who owns 3 different mansions, 3 different homes. Right. It's a multi-millionaire. Yeah, he's out there every single day bashing rich people. Like, come on. Do you think we're stupid?
That's what's interesting to me. And I hate that we just are bashing on the left. We're going to have to bash on the right at some point because no party is perfect.
Equal opportunity.
Yeah, without question. However, it's the hypocrisy of the left that makes it hard to swallow.
I think their messaging is honestly hurting them because I don't think that someone like Bernie, for instance, just hates the rich to hate the rich. Mm-hmm. He wants to make sure that low-income people aren't paying a higher percentage of their income on taxes than billionaires are. And right now we live in a system where billionaires pay a far smaller percentage of their income to taxes, whereas low-income Americans are paying a huge portion of their, income in taxes. So
Jillian's just like, I don't know about you. I'm in a different tax bracket, Anna. You might want to shut up.
That's the issue. Or middle class Americans. Working class Americans pay a lot in taxes, whereas the richest among us they have all these loopholes, all these deductions,
Anna
all these
continues
things
to feel this way as she moves up, like, get a little bit more of that money.
Right now, or not hate him, but some of
because of the tariffs,
right? Because he is actually like.
How much more of this MAGA boarding?
So that is almost completely diminishing
not much. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'm just going through the top Democrats.
But the billionaires are the ones who be the most negatively impacted, at least financially right now. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say that maybe at this moment in time that is the case, but your coworker has definitely outlined a coming budget where there will be enormous tax cuts for the rich, and we need an economist here to argue.
$4.5 trillion.
I mean, Trump's not innocent in this, guys. We can't, let's not.
There is some good news with this administration, though, in regard to, Trump's urges to further cut taxes on the rich and corporations. Because you want to know who's not in favor of that, believe it or not? Vice President J.D. Vance. He doesn't want to further cut the corporate tax rate, which Trump took from 35% to 21%. There was some talk about lowering it further to 15%. Yeah. By the way, currently, the effective tax rate for corporations, considering corporate tax loopholes, is much, much, much lower than 15%.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why you have companies like Amazon, for instance, getting a tax refund, paying nothing in federal taxes because of all the deductions that Amazon can take advantage of. So to J.D. Vance's credit, he does not want to further cut the corporate interest rate. There are dissenting voices within this administration. I don't think that they get enough credit for that. And I hope that those dissenting voices continue speaking up. Because
has been a bit low this week.
You need balance within the administration. But that also shows you the difference between the current culture of this Republican administration versus how Democrats operate. Democrats don't want dissent.
Exactly.
And that is a problem. That is a weakness.
Yeah, when I called out the Beyonce spending, the Cardi B, you know what they call me? They call me a cunt. Am I allowed to say that? Cunt, horse, whatever.
They called you a cunt and a whore.
Everything. Spy, whatever.
I liked the spy, because, see, here's what I appreciated when you told me this yesterday. Spy at least implies intelligent, exceptionally intelligent.
It's also super racist, isn't it?
Super racist.
Right? Like,
you're
Chinese.
I get Russian spy.
Okay, so
we should band together.
There you go.
Yeah.
Are you a spy?
I mean, I don't think so.
I
can't tell you.
No one's ever
No one cares about Australia.
You're not Australian.
The deeply offensive thing.
Conspicuous.
I don't mean to make light of it. I
offensive
apologize.
thing is that the Chinese Communist Party murdered my great-grandfather in cold blood. So how dare you say that about
I have a pretty
me?
similar
I see why that's so
story.
How dare you?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a grandfather because of the KGB. So I've been called a Russian spy by the left, so I get it. It's very insulting.
Anytime
but they don't
you
even know
don't
what the
agree-
KGB is. So
but
there's no
Elizabeth,
point.
anytime you disagree with them,
That's
you're
cartoonish.
automatically a spy.
Okay.
They have no other rejoinder. They cannot respond to you intellectually and say, "Oh, maybe we shouldn't have given Oprah $2 million. Maybe it was a bad idea. It was a poor misallocation of resources." No, they cannot admit any wrong because there's something called the democratic infallibility. They do no wrong. So instead of accepting reality neutrality. They destroy the critic.
I think what's a little bit different from that side is actually Stephen A. Smith. He's probably the opposite of that and is in fact taking quite a bit of heat for it. Do you see him as a real viable candidate for 2028?
I don't know if he's a viable candidate, but I think what is appealing about Stephen A. Smith is that he doesn't come with the baggage of being part of the Democratic machine. When you're part of the Democratic machine, you take on the culture, right? You take
Just run the fucking rock and just be done with it.
on the good and the bad. And so with Stephen A. Smith, he's not like part of that club. And so maybe he would bring something different to the table. And honestly, I think the Democratic voters want someone who's willing to bring something different to the table. Look, at the end of the day, politics isn't that complicated. People want politicians who give a damn about their standard of living and want to make their lives better. Everyone's tired of the theater. Everyone's tired of like the pretending to care about issues, but not really caring about it, not being able to defend your positions. I just don't really see much talent in the Democratic pool right now.
I don't either.
And that's concerning.
I don't either. And bringing up, by the way, performative politics, you lead me right into another potential frontrunner, although I hear he's polling at like 5% possibly for 2028, Gavin Newsom.
Oh, we can't.
These ladies may be good at negotiating used car sale. The salesman will just give up and be like, you know what, take it. Take
But
it.
this guy
Just
has
leave
tried. He's
immediately.
taking notes. He's tried to be somewhat critical of his own party. He's tried to reach out to the other side. He's tried to be antithetical to, everything exists in our silo and we don't reach across the aisle. He's tried to show himself
Right, just
as
as starting
that
his
guy.
podcast, though? I mean, was he doing that before he started the podcast? Was he doing that
not.
before
No.
Trump
He is
won?
the
He was
face
not. He was not. And
of
I
this stuff.
will never take that piece of crap seriously. And yes, I'm calling Gavin Newsom, my governor, unfortunately, a piece of crap until he does some accountability for how he destroyed the state of California. Okay? You want to talk about like, this nebulous Democratic Party and what they're getting wrong? No, how about looking
Yeah, it's also weird again how they're trying to even think about running him.
inward? Look inward
When,
and take a
again,
good
most Californians have this opinion. This isn't just an Anna Kasparian hot take.
hard look at the policies that you championed in our state that have completely destroyed the state. Okay? He's trying
Whereas Illinois, at least I saw some, good
to blame
come from
Donald
it.
Trump for
The one thing that sucks is we don't have Chicago mayors that can, step in and also allocate the funds that the federal government and the state government have given them.
loss of jobs in California. Are you kidding me? The loss of jobs started well before
Like,
Trump won the
honestly,
election. And it was the result.
If I was going to run for office, I would literally just run like based on the blue line. Just be like, you know what? I'm going to fix that damn blue line. We're going to get all that cement and we're going to fix that thing.
Of his policies, cumbersome regulations that have now led to oil companies, for
California
instance,
destroyed? Oh
deciding
my
we're
God.
not doing this anymore. We're going to leave. Okay, bunch of jobs
And didn't you know that Gavin Newsom lit those matches?
lost because of that. You have rampant crime that Democrats want to deny exists, but it obviously does when
Oh yeah, I forgot that this is where she has some really shitty
businesses
takes.
close up shop and move to other states because the cost of doing business is so expensive. Insuring businesses in California is astronomical because of the issues with crime.
Specifically theft, right? Like, let's be
Theft,
clear on
yes.
that
Oh
for
my
anybody
gosh.
who doesn't know. They literally made it not a crime or a misdemeanor or something. If you
This guy's still blue here.
go
Maybe
and
it
steal
takes a
it.
while.
But there-
Newsom opposed the change, even we
Yes.
lost.
But there were
Go ahead.
there were major corporations
Nope.
that left the state because of that,
So
right?
Local
Probably-
420
Let me tell you guys,
guys.
it's even more.
47, right?
So
Smoke
Prop
'em before.
47,
And then
Prop
36
47,
repealed it.
Yes. So
Lay it
Prop
out, Anna.
47 passed. Voters were lied to about what Prop 47 was actually going to do. Part of it was reclassifying some pretty serious crimes as misdemeanors. And so we all saw the consequences of that. It led to smash and grab crimes. It led to open air drug markets. And so voters by 2024 had enough, and they voted overwhelmingly to pass something known as Prop 36 to reverse some of the policies that were implemented as a result of Prop 47. Now, here's the problem, though. No one knows about this, no one talks about this, but I'm here to tell you, Gavin Newsom, in an effort to save California money, preemptively shut down 4 state prisons. There is no room to put any of these inmates in. Right now, state prisons are transferring criminals to county jails that are already overflowing. They're overcrowded. County jails have no choice but to just release inmates regardless of how much time they've served. So even if it's a serious crime, even if they've been sentenced to decades behind bars, they're being released after serving 2-3 years because there's no room for them. That's why Gavin Newsom was against Prop 36.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I've experienced this personally.
Yeah.
There was a guy on his third strike. Oh my gosh, my son had just been born, so this would have been 10 years ago. But it was his third strike. He broke into our house, stole my car, did not hurt us.
Who else is exhausted from pretending that Anna's anything but a Republican? Yeah, when it comes to this especially.
It was actually.
Were you there?
Thank God.
We were there. We didn't even know he was in the house. It's a bit of a longer story. But when they got him and they found his stuff, he had a video camera, duct tape, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, because it was the third strike and he committed numerous other crimes, he was supposed to get a pretty significant amount of jail time. COVID comes around 2020, and I get the letter. He's out of jail, just letting you know. I had no idea they would notify the person, I guess, in the court case. But I've experienced it firsthand. He is just, Gavin Newsom is a wrecking ball to California. He is, as Corolla says, a policy disaster.
I do want to say, and again, I hate to be that person, but I do need to call out one person who's been funding these progressive DAs around the country.
Soros.
And no, it's not an anti-Semitic.
Soros.
No, it's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy to say it's George Soros, because he has, and it's not just
That is
California.
true. He has been funding these
And when Anna agrees with me, you know that I'm making a compelling point. I live in Philadelphia, and the Wawa across my street is shut down and shuttered because of all the thefts.
Not the Wawa. Oh, she can't get her hoe, guys. Well, you know what? Say what you will about Lindy Lee. She does bring up a very, very,
okay, and they just
a
don't
very good
prosecute
concern
these petty
there.
crimes.
You're closing down the Wawas. No.
Well, you know what? It's the broken window theory. If you don't go after these petty crimes, they escalate.
I do
and
love
I
Wawa.
used to
No
live
joke.
on Rittenhouse Square. They burned down my street. My entire street smelled of burned rubber for an entire week during the George Floyd summer. And no one faced any sort of consequences for that. It was the wealthiest part of Philadelphia. And they rejoiced over the destruction of this historic district. And George Soros
This historic gas station
goes around the country.
they rejoiced over the destruction. I mean, let's be honest. Maybe that Wawa was sacrificed to the gas station gods, and this is why we have gotten better gas stations like Buc-ee's and Casey's.
Progressive DAs like Larry Krasner, who's my DA, and they campaign on letting criminals off. That's literally their platform. You know, it's their criminal justice reform. Criminal justice reform is a euphemism for letting criminals go.
It's a euphemism for trying to abolish prisons and police. That is what they actually want to do. Don't let anyone gaslight you into thinking they're trying to reform our criminal justice system.
Yes.
They're not interested in reform. They think that our criminal justice system is rotten from the bottom up and they don't want anything to do with it. They just want to abolish it.
Why, though? Someone tell me what the motives are for doing such a thing. I mean, this man's name has been thrown out now. By the way, speaking of oligarchy, this proves the point that the Dems have their George Soroses, and as you taught me,
Both parties
Reid
have their
Hoffmans.
corruption.
Exactly.
Let's keep it real.
Unilaterally. But why? Really,
Well,
just
they think that black and brown
philosophically.
people are under siege, and this is their way to
Is
have
that it?
operations. I think it's a part of it.
Is that it?
They really think that's
That
it.
they think
And
it's
by the way,
systemic
Anna has
racism?
been assaulted on the street. I've been assaulted. Let's just be clear what happened.
no.
She's been assaulted.
I have too. You know what it didn't turn me into? This. It didn't turn me into, like, oh my God.
I've been assaulted, but neither of us felt comfortable, you know, really being out there because they.
But this is where I will say, like, somebody was in here saying something about gangs, and I was just like, okay, now you've gone too far, because they were trying to be like, well, gangs are cool, they do good. It's like,
Well, the person who did it to me was black, and I was talking to a loved one, my family.
No,
He's
I've
like,
lived
you
in
shouldn't
an
say
area
anything
with
because
them.
they're going to paint
No.
you as a racist for being a
Yeah,
dad.
me, and
apartment complex.
Well,
Tell the
my
story real quick,
assaulter
Anna.
was not black.
Right, and they
But they
presumed-
assumed that he was. So I got assaulted by a homeless person in my own neighborhood as I was walking my dog. But what stood out to me about all the backlash I got was, apparently, since the perpetrator was a homeless guy, he's marginalized, and I must not ever say anything negative about him, even though he assaulted me, because it's going to stigmatize homeless people. That was the number one argument. But then
that is a dumb argument. I just have to say that's a very stupid argument.
other argument was, you're racist by talking about this. I'm like, why am I racist? They assumed he was a black guy.
Which is racist of them.
That's
It is racist.
okay. I'm not sure if this is the first time I've heard it framed this way.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
insane.
No, and so like these little things have happened.
Maybe it's because she harped on it so much and she made it sound way worse.
And they've woken me up to what the reality is. But just to answer your question, Jillian, I think for the activists, they genuinely do believe that this is an anti-black racist criminal
it's
justice
misguided
system.
altruism.
Yeah, there's that. And by the way, there have been in the past examples of
would assume
racist
that.
practices within the criminal justice system. But the argument that I'm trying to make is, let's reform it and fix it, not abolish it.
Right.
We need a victim sanctuary for
But here's
people
the
to go to
thing.
keep
Then
them
you
safe.
have these pro-corporate neoliberal politicians like Gavin Newsom. They want to save money. They want nothing more
And to
than
make
to use
money.
the
They wanna personally make
But on
money.
what? The state is running in a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Yes.
And that's my other favorite thing about this guy is he loves to tout about how it's the fifth largest economy in the world. And all I can think about is the following sentence, which is, that you have destroyed.
Yes, but this is why
Really?
you can't run. You mentioned the word baggage. You just sat here, both of you, and mentioned being assaulted in your state. He has so much baggage, he has nothing left. When you talk about him versus Stephen A. Smith, I know people are doubting Stephen A. Smith. I'm not. I worked for Donald Trump in 2016. I remember when he was polling at 2% and Jeb Bush was polling at 45, and everyone was like, "This is the
Please
guy."
clap.
Exactly. That's the exact
I'll
same
give it
thing.
up. I'll give it up.
But that's the
I'll give
exact
it
same
up.
thing. It is this like I've been around
that was
forever.
that moment. Remember when Jeb was like, please
Please
clap.
clap.
Please clap.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were...
Okay, I can't do this. This is now I'm on. Oh, ew. How does Anna do this without actually like getting a little bit like second, even well, firsthand embarrassment for her, but like I have secondhand embarrassment. Like that was cringe. God, I hate those fake facial expressions. Oh yeah. Like like you're at brunch with her and she starts pulling that shit. It's just like, knock it off, Jillian. Sorry, man. I really am in a mood today. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I barely did. Oh, Anna. Yeah, she did kind of go mask off. All right. What else we got? Oh, yeah, MEHDI HASAN. This is the one that I was saving. Yeah, I can't stand that shit. All right. I also have to deal with this now. Cenk got us into don't tolerate no BS mode. Do you think that that's where this came from? Like I channeled the energy from Cenk yesterday. I mean, I have to say that was refreshing to see. Like I'll take it for what it is. Like yes, I'm still holding him to all the other BS that he's been doing, trying to whitewash. Charlie Kirk was a big one. That was I have to say, just that was where I had to finally just kind of put my foot down, go, have a beer with Charlie Kirk? What now? And the way that he like cucked you on stage? No. Ew. Like legit. It was ew. Oh my God. Great. It seems that my car is also about to die. Great. I just got that text message. Because let's see, what is... indicates a powertrain malfunction. Engine, transmission, all-wheel drive. It's crucial to have a vehicle scanned. Ah! Ha ha ha. There we go. Go to... There we go. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's piling up, man. It's piling up. So my house already has its issues, and then this. Great. All right. I need to reset because yeah, that was like the last thing I needed to get there. Yeah, it turns out that it looks like my car's about to die. Knock on wood. Which one's real wood? Here we go. Ah. Cenk Q, John Cena walking. Dude, know. Jake could actually. I wouldn't say like wrestler. Like maybe younger Jake. Yeah, he could have pulled it off. Like the Young Turk. He could have actually. And here it comes the Young Turk, Jake Uger. Oh man! And then he could have transitioned into a manager. My name is Jake Uger, of course. That'd actually be kind of badass. And this is John Adirola and J.R. Jackson, and they are the Damage Report. Dude, this actually works. Huh. TYT Wrestling. Man. Oh, I don't want to give them like something really cool. Like that could actually like, oh no. No. Don't take that is at least give me credit. God damn it. That's all I ask. Did I just really write a whole bit for them? Gotta make a tribute now and then. Oh man. Mitesh. Actually no, give Mitesh the credit. There we go. Alright. We got MEHDI HASAN. Let's watch this and then oh wait. I also got this that I need to take a look at. Thank you for the news update. Judge finds Trump's firing of Democrats on Privacy Oversight Board unlawful. Another Trump L. These are the ones that I am kind of collecting right now, is just how many of these go to court and how many he loses. But I don't know, man. This is the Supreme Court's still not ruling on just how much power he's going to have over the judiciary. Is it's still kind of wild when you think about it. It's also more wild that they're just leaving that there. Oh, here. All right, guys. I need the most positive vibes right now. Please. Put it out there that I do not need a new car. I don't. Oh, man. No. Seriously. I just hope that this is just like like an O2 sensor or something. Because this isn't just check engine. Take the bus? We don't have buses like that. I don't have a bus line like that near me. It's specifically to get my wife to work. Like, she can't just take the bus or the L to work. Sucks. Yeah, and when Trump seems determined to make cars 50% more expensive. Oh, why? Oh, why? Why did you say that? Oh my God, you're right. Shit. Oh, come on, man. I just need a W. Fucking. Thank you for all the hearts. Cars are such a wreck. I hate them. But the thing is, guys, like, this is, I know I'm pushing it. You'd be proud of me. My car has over 325,000 miles on it. So I've done everything. I mean, it's literally being held together by duct tape. I'll be right back. I gotta let my dog out. This sucks. dogs have been given their medicine. Probably going to have to run up and let her out again. All right. Nice if possible. Oh, no. Again, if it was possible to have public transportation in that case, it would be... Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, it'd be fantastic. But... I envy people who live in the city and don't have a car. When I hear people that like don't have license, my grandma was like that, where they lived in the city for so long that she never bothered getting a license. It did suck when they retired and then they moved to Florida and she couldn't do anything, so that was a problem. Miss Alice, what up? What up? How you doing? Thank you for this positive vibes, guys. Feel it. Actually, no, it's kind of like I was saying about the condolences with my mom. Like, I do feel it. So, whew. Okay. Now I have this. This is. Okay. Please. This is one of those rare times where it's like, oh yeah, this is what prayer was kind of useful for, where it could actually give me a little bit, just a little bit of the good vibes, where it's like, oh yeah, you know what? My car might make it. Oh man. But again, I think it's over 325 now. Can't remember. I just remember when it hit that 300 point, I was just like, I did it! It was kind of cool. That was actually really cool. Not gonna lie. The thing is, I love my car too. Like, it's not a bad car, and obviously it's not really, I think it's well known now that anything past 2015 was pretty much built to fail within a set amount of time. So, yeah, if you got an old car that can just keep on, definitely invest. I do have that, man, except for at this point where it is, if it's the, I don't want to put this out there. I don't even want to put it out there. But if it's one of the bigger ones, there's the big three. There's the big three. And if it's one of the big three, all right. Well, hey, guys, if you guys can help out the channel, definitely hit that like button, hit that follow button over on Twitch. That's the easiest way to help the channel, get me out there, and also try and push for some of that ad rev. But if you guys can help donate or help the channel out in any way, now is a good time, because I got my mom's memorial fund. My God, I don't want to think about my finances right now. This sucks. Damn it. That was literally the last thing I needed. But yeah. Sorry, guys. Oh my God. Here's the link for my mom's memorial fund. And then, yeah, if you guys got super chats, all that fun stuff. But either way, guys, appreciate the support. I hope I don't need to start funding a oh God. Oh God. Oh, well, that's all right. That's hopeful news. Okay. All right. Well, that also... Great. So there's also the possibility that I may have to end stream early. Not anytime, like, in the next hour or so. Okay, guys. Let's get to the next segment then. So, just in case I do have to leave early. Here we go. Mehdi Hasan debate with Piers Morgan and some other guy, but it's always Mehdi Hasan and Piers Morgan. Let's be real. You know what? I don't like this guy. I like Mehdi more. So we're going to put the chat over on this side. Mehdi can have the dog. Because Stan loves Mehdi Hasan. We love Mehdi Hasan here, so hope you guys do too. Let's see what he's got to
does
say.
not attack civilians.
Gaza.
Does
All
not
right,
kill
cool.
babies as a hobby. And does not expel civilian
He looks like the evil guy from the Titanic.
populations.
The
Billy
list
Zane?
of people who
No,
are
he doesn't.
responsible, Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it.
I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli
What up,
military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming.
Mehdi can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side.
I just realized you were the one telling me to take
Let's
a
not
bus.
play this credentials game because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show.
Mehdi, control yourself.
You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written.
I actually don't give a shit about you.
Oh, control yourself, John.
Oh, control yourself, John.
The bombardment is
Wonderful.
wholly disproportionate. The civilian death toll and suffering is intolerable. The denial of aid is unacceptable. These are not the words of democratic leaders about Putin's war on Ukraine, but those of the
Thank you.
UK, France,
Oh my
and
God.
Canada about Israel's ongoing
Thank you for the $100 dono. I really appreciate
offensive
that.
in Gaza. President Trump now says it's time for Netanyahu to wrap it up. Israel is allowing some aid to trickle into Gaza after an 11-week blockade. But aid workers say it's a drop in the ocean. And the US
gets part of
president has
this.
acknowledged that a lot of people in
He's
Gaza are
always part of
starving.
this.
Shamefully, Hamas still holds 58 hostages and is watching the total destruction of Gaza and its people because it doesn't want peace and it doesn't
And
value
I'm gonna go
human
get my
life.
other dog one.
It's increasingly difficult
I'll
to
be right
argue that the exact same statement doesn't apply to Netanyahu's Israeli government. Israel's war on Hamas was not a genocide, but genocide isn't something that happens with the push of a button. A justified war can end with atrocities that stain humanity, as many have through history. So who is going to stop this one before it does, if it hasn't already? Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hasan, the editor-in-chief and CEO of Zatea, and retired Major
Thank you
John
again.
Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War
Both the puppers really appreciate that.
Institute.
And,
Okay,
no,
let's get
thank
into
you.
this. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And
It's so weird to see Piers do this like, I don't want to call it cynical, but it is kind of a cynical turn. Like,
I have resisted.
It took Trump kind of positing that he wasn't going to just toe the Israeli line and just be Benjamin Netanyahu's bitch. So I just feel like that's where this came from.
Going as far as you have done.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
In your criticism of the Israeli government, I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been.
This is going to be interesting because this is the first time that him and Mehdi have been on the same side of the debate. This is whoa
through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing
Don't ever let him hear you or see it like
government. He is talking in a genocidal language about kicking
No.
all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I'll say this: the guy on the right there, he does have like Disney villain like drawn on hair. You know,
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this.
Do you think he really does kind of have that face of like, all right, you smug little prick, just get it out?
We are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble.
Hair. He totally has villain hair.
He says, we're doing something that no one's done in the world before. He bragged out loud, and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Okay, John Spencer, you've been kind of pulling a lot of faces there. You obviously don't agree.
I will say this. I think that Trump doing that it gave people who usually would have stayed silent a little bit more, balls to kind of go that to sow dissension.
Given that so many allies of Israel are now raising massive alarm bells about what is happening, you can't be comfortable, surely, with what is going on in Gaza, are you?
Absolutely not. I think it's horrible. I think there are people suffering. I just am not misinformed on who is the cause of that suffering, that it isn't Israel, that war isn't a crime. War should be avoided at all costs, and Israel did that. And this war didn't start 75 years ago. This war started on October 7th when Hamas invaded Israel and tried to destroy and actually did genocidal acts. I agree that there's a lot of suffering happening in Gaza, and it's the list of people who are responsible. Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it, and I actually have solutions. You asked Mehdi for a solution. I have solutions based on the history of war. Number one solution is to encourage Egypt to open the gate that they control and create a humanitarian zone. Let every woman, child, and elderly person out of Gaza, just like you and I have discussed in the past about Ukraine. 5 million women, children, elderly left Ukraine to escape Russia's evil bombardments. That could be done today, and it's criminal that it hasn't happened today. Now, Mehdi uses experts, although I thought credentialism and expert theory was a bad thing today. I've been on the ground, although I've heard that that's a bad thing as well. And what's missing here is, again, which is why I was shaking my head, is that you believe, based on statements of politicians that are not the actual government and the decision makers of the institution, that Israel is intentionally causing this harm. That's false as well. Point the finger at Hamas, as you've said in the past, Piers, and I'm sorry we've lost you. Maybe you and I can go to Gaza because it's not true.
Well, actually, it's interesting. I mean, look, just on that, John, look, you haven't lost me. I still think Hamas is a terrorist organization which committed one of the worst terrorist crimes of the last century. And they should absolutely no longer have any power in that region. They should absolutely be dismantled.
That's why I've always pushed back against the HASAN thing, where it's just like
force and the rest of it. I just see no evidence that Israel's mission statement to eradicate Hamas has worked. In fact, conversely, more and more reports are coming out that for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they're being replaced by 4 or 5 people who share that ideology. So the mission statement isn't working. And you say that Israel is not intentionally killing.
They knew about the Hydra theory back all the like with the Iraqi occupation, dude. I almost just knocked over my drink. That would have been horrible. That's right over my keyboard.
It knows it is killing a lot of innocent people. So its argument is we're going after Hamas. They're embedded in civilian populations, but they are killing a lot of innocent civilians every single day, and not just killing them. They're now starving them, which will also lead to deaths, which is a deliberate, willful act of trying to kill people. Would you accept that?
It's a war crime.
No, not at all. No. I mean,
starving people?
You can have your own opinions based on your assessment. Yeah, absolutely not starving people. So you're talking about the last 2 months of trucks not going in because Hamas was diverting it. Although the 42 days prior to that, 25,000 trucks went into Gaza. There is absolutely people hungry in Gaza. But Israel is not intentionally starving civilians. Is it trying to starve Hamas combatants in this war that was started on October 7th? No.
It's so weird. It's so weird just like how blatant this is now, to the point where like everybody hears it and they're just like, nah.
That the evidence doesn't show that. This is the damn lies of statistics and using certain organizations that are using trusted agents. Here's a good, for instance, recently, MEHDI put on a British doctor in southern Gaza on his show. Maybe you've had him on, and he's talking about how bad the hospitals are. He's sitting in the European hospital in southern Gaza, where they just killed Mohammed Sinwar, who was in a tunnel underneath the hospital. This double standard about Israel, this double standard about war is problematic, Piers, and here's why. We're going to validate the practice of taking hostages. We're going to validate the use of your own population as human shields, because that's what Hamas is doing. Now, innocent civilians, of course, innocent civilians have died because Hamas does things like not let them evacuate when they're told to evacuate, like actually holding children in their arms while they shoot at the IDF. And again, we can go, and MEHDI can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side and look for ourselves on what you think Israel is trying to do. I also have well, what did you want Israel to do on October 7th? And had the world not stopped and done things like don't go to Rafah where the hostages are, where Yahya Sinwar is,
all right,
this war would be over by now.
Okay, I'll bring MEHDI to respond. I mean, the one thing I would say is Israel's ongoing refusal to allow international journalists to operate freely in Gaza is a suppression of us uncovering the reality. You say come into Gaza.
That's
actually
not true.
Is
Fox News.
No. Israel.
Trey Yanks.
Israel
CNN.
has barred almost every international journalist from getting anywhere near it. You know that, and I know that, and it's unprecedented.
I'll be there for my sixth time.
Well, it's unprecedented for international journalists to be banned in this way from a war zone. It's unprecedented, and it does beg the question, John, why? Now, MEHDI, your response to what John has said there. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average brews. They're sourced from 280 means, and the longevity of a Himalayan monk. Get 20% off peaklife.com/peers. That's Peak, Pique.
I had to hear that one out because I'm like, I enjoy myself some tea as well.
Life.com.
All right. This is actually what this is. This is it's half black tea and half juice.
I mean, I don't know how I can respond. So much gaslighting from the very beginning. John has been on the ground in Gaza, as an embed. I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming. And you've come back and done exactly what they wanted to do. You've done their propaganda for them. Journalists have not been allowed freely into Gaza.
Legend of Sean, did you just, have you seen the last episode of Andor with K2?
That's why every major media organization on planet Earth has said to the Israeli government, you must allow journalists in. The Palestinian journalists who are there have been killed in record numbers. Of course, Piers, you're right. They want to hide what they're doing. That's why they're killing the journalists there and blocking the journalists from coming in. This idea that he's been on the ground. Yeah, I did interview a doctor, a British plastic surgeon, Dr. Tom Patoka. And by the way, he wasn't in the European hospital because the hospital got bombed by Israel. So he was in another hospital, and he talked to me about how he has to treat patients who have maggots in their wounds. He has to treat patients without limbs. He has to treat children. I've interviewed multiple...
Bandit, if somebody ever offers you like a free drink from Starbucks, my whole thing is I'll get one of those like passion drink things, but the trick is to add green tea instead of water. It's Really good.
Doctors on the ground in Gaza, actually in Gaza, not hanging around with Israeli military. And they've all said the same thing. American doctors, British doctors, Canadian doctors. They've all talked about how many kids they saw with sniper bullets to the head and chest. Israel does intentionally kill civilians. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant were indicted at the International Criminal Court for precisely those charges, for willful killing of Palestinians, for murder and persecution. That's why they've been indicted. That's why every human rights group in the world says war crimes are being committed. They've killed people holding white flags. We've seen it with our own eyes. They've bombed buildings without warning with families inside, like the Al-Dos family that I often cite in October 2023. They've dropped 2,000-pound bombs on refugee camps full of hundreds of people. They have killed 7 aid workers in a clearly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy. They've bombed World Food Programme convoys, leading to Cindy McCain, the wife of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, to come out and condemn Israel for attacking aid workers. John wants you to ignore Cindy McCain and British and American doctors and human rights groups and your own lying eyes watching people with white flags being gunned down. He wants you to believe him and his Israeli military minders.
OK, Mehdi, before we go back to John to respond to that, the question that he raised, and I think I've asked you this before, but I'm still curious about, given the way this has all played out, how should, and I saw Bassem Youssef being asked this on trigonometry last week, I think it was, and he struggled to answer. How should Israel have responded to a terrorist attack, which, just to remind viewers, over 1,200 people were murdered, nearly 7,000 more were wounded, over 250 people, including babies and Holocaust survivors, were kidnapped and taken hostage, and many of those have died. How should Israel have responded to the biggest attack on its people and its land since its existence?
So there's no easy answer to that question, Piers, and you might not like the answer I give you, which is that Israel should have responded by abiding by international law, by sticking with the rules of armed conflict, by targeting only the people they believe carried out the crime. They should have used an international coalition of countries that was fully behind them. The majority of the world was behind Israel after the tragedy of October the 7th. And by the way, I have a longer memory than maybe some people in this country. After 9/11, I got asked the same question. Well, what should we do if we don't bomb Afghanistan?
Bandits. When you go to Starbucks next time, tell them your name is. You know what? It'd be help if I could actually get this out. When you go to Starbucks next time, tell them that your name is free. Then they'll say one white mocha for free, and then you'll be like, "Oh, it's free," and then they'll ban you.
What should we do if we don't go after bin Laden, etc.? How did that work out? 23 years later, your pal Donald Trump Piers is taking pictures with the former leader of Al Qaeda, who's still on a globally
saying it isn't.
Designated terrorist wanted list, right? That's where we came. The war on terror.
Nobody's saying it isn't.
Was a complete failure.
Everybody's saying stop using that as an excuse to bomb kids.
Yeah, and some of us who saw that, and by the way, Joe Biden even said this in one of his more coherent moments. He said Israel should learn from our lessons. Israel did not learn from the US lessons. And actually, even if
Joe Biden's more
forget about all the innocent Palestinians they killed, even if you don't give a shit about the people of Gaza, even if you only care about the people of Israel, Israel's not any safer today. Israel is not winning this war. John said on Times Radio a year ago, I went back and checked, March of last year, John said, we're very close to winning. Israel's close to victory. Over a year later, they're not close to victory. They're just starving children and denying baby formula. And the former Israeli general who ran the Gaza division said a few months ago, Hamas is winning this war. So they've not made themselves any more secure. I don't have some perfect solution for what they should have done on October 7th. But I do think they shouldn't have killed 50 to 100,000 people, and they should have made themselves less secure. And by the way, the Prime Minister should have resigned because he's the one who let it happen on his watch.
Well, I certainly agree with that. And I do think there'll be a day of reckoning for Netanyahu. The problem is, John, that Netanyahu is facing corruption charges in a trial, which may well lead to his imprisonment if he's convicted. So there's no motivation for him to bring this to an end anytime soon. And listen, I agree with Mehdi. You know, this was supposed to have been a war that Israel, with its massively superior military, could have ended quite quickly. My question for you, John, you're a military expert, is when you look at the way that Israel went after Hezbollah, with that extraordinary pager attack that was unleashed on 3,000 members of Hezbollah. You think if you've got the capability to do that through Mossad and your other agencies, there were only 25,000 Hamas terrorists, we believe, at the start of this war. Why could they not have deployed similar sophisticated technology in a way that did not involve the mass slaughter of so many civilians in a place where the population is 50% under 18?
Sure. I mean, not to say that experts are a good thing, but MEHDI has said he doesn't know much about military affairs, but he does talk about it a lot. So in your question, it's pretty easy to answer, is that it's a clear sign that Israel did disengage from Gaza. And the human intelligence that was required to pull off a historic pager operation against Hezbollah couldn't be replicated because Israel didn't have that level of intelligence in Gaza because it had disengaged and allowed Hamas to build this, what is a military challenge no military has faced in the history of really any war. And the fact that Hezbollah did let the civilians get out of southern Lebanon as the war began against them is a telling marker of why people can't understand what's going on in Gaza. Now, you didn't ask me the question of what Israel should have done. Because
Guys, just an aside, I got this report from what the code could be on the car. It could be 200 different things right now, so this might take a minute.
I actually teach urban warfare at this scale. I've actually studied the history of urban warfare from Stalingrad
it could never be
to
simple.
Fallujah, Mosul, Mawar, you name it. And when I said those statements.
Yes, I got the magic wrench light, and as I had already mentioned that my car has 320, I think 7,000 miles. It may even have more.
On time radio, if the world would have allowed Israel to continue,
I'm pushing the thing to its limit, but
division
timing.
Going heavy against Hamas, moving civilians out of harm's way, we'd be in a different place. And this hypocrisy of the numbers, right? So there's three types of lies, damn lies, and statistics. There's been 85,000 children under the age of 5 who have died from starvation in Yemen since the Yemen civil war. I don't see protests and I don't see daily coverage on what's going on in Yemen where there's 2 million people actually starving.
I know.
So I actually know what is possible to achieve the goals that Israel said, and I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu myself. The goals haven't changed, and they are achievable, and if you don't achieve them, you're only going to continue the cycle of violence. And had the world not stopped Israel back when they said, don't go to Rafah, you can't use big bombs against people in tunnels. This is crazy on what we're setting the standard for. This Israeli standard for war, if it continues, any nation trying to defend itself after being an attempted actual genocide against its people won't be able to. So I'm saying that Israel has done more to protect civilians in war, even when Hamas, who uses human sacrifice, is trying to get civilians killed. And they say this isn't John Spencer's word. Israel's done more to protect civilians than any other military in any comparable situation against something that nobody has seen as this evil of Hamas.
But if you're right, John, if you're right, why are so many of Israel's allies now turning on Israel? Why is the UK calling it morally unjustifiable? Why is the UK, France and Canada combined to say they strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza? The level of human suffering is intolerable. They call for the release of the remaining hostages. Of course they should be released, but they say this escalation by Israel is wholly disproportionate. Donald Trump didn't even...
All right, guys. It could be the power train. Oh, God.
Is it Netanyahu when he went to the Middle East for the week, right? All these things are adding up to me to a collective view by Israel's allies that they are losing the support of the people they should normally most rely on. So, you're very confident everything they're doing is completely justified, but their own main allies are not.
Well, I think each ally should ask their own militaries and their experts within their country, like the UK. Why don't you ask Sir Andrew Roberts what the UK military would have done had that happened on UK soil? Because I can tell you what the United States would have done, and they would have also answered with overwhelming. You keep using disproportionate. Actually, that's not right. Proportionality against the value of the military target. And I view my survival of my country very proportional. And what we would have done in the United States had an evil organization crossed our border, killed, raped, beheaded, taken hostages, we would have responded immediately with overwhelming force to ensure not one rocket came out of enemy territory until you made the enemy recognize that they aren't going to win and that they're going to lose. That's how you win a war.
Well, but hang on. Before I go to MEHDI, I go to MEHDI for response. I mean, Mehdi articulated earlier the problem.
This is so weird to see like them tag team.
This
is really, really weird.
Which is after
like,
9/11, which was the worst attack on American mainland since anyone could remember. That after that, they did launch a massive bombardment of Afghanistan. And where did that get America? In the end, it got America to a place where it left with its tail between its legs, with a load of people being killed on live television, horrific scenes, a betrayal of many people who had helped America during that war. And you cannot point to that and say there was any great victory. And this is the problem with what's going on in Gaza now. What does victory now look like? Because it's not going to lead to the removal of Hamas as an entity. And it looks like support for Hamas has grown, not deteriorated. So I don't understand what victory looks like other than what Smodrich has been saying, which is actually what it looks like is all the Palestinians gone. That Israel go in, clear them out, and they take over the land. Well, that, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not, John, is actually one of the definitions of a genocide, the expulsion of a people based on its ethnicity. Mehdi, your response?
So, yeah, a lot's been said there. Thank you for coming back to me. First of all, let me just deal with this credentials game that I know John and his friend Douglas Murray love to play these days about military, who knows more about this or that. John runs his mouth on a variety of topics. I've seen him talk about, in fact, just today he's talked about war crimes, international law, who's breaking international law. Last time I checked, John is not a lawyer. The International Criminal Court has indicted Netanyahu and Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The former Jewish president of the tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda says Netanyahu should be indicted for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So let's just, we're going to play the expert game. John's not an expert on genocide. The actual genocide experts, the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars says Gaza is a genocide. The leading Israeli scholars of the Holocaust, Omer Bartov at Brown, Amos Goldberg at Hebrew University, say Gaza is a genocide. John's not an expert on targeting terrorists. The guy who led the attack on ISIS, the American Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, has said John doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's not play this credentials game, because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show. Let's talk about substance. John said a year ago, we're close to winning. He talked about not being allowed into Rafah. Rafah has been destroyed. Have you looked at any pictures recently? It's flattened. You don't need to go there with the IDF to see that they flattened Rafah. They flattened most of Gaza, and they still have not won, quote unquote. It's absurd to say that Israel was held back. Is this the new stab in the back? This is the new bullshit defense. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States said recently, thank God Joe Biden was president while this was going on. He gave us everything we wanted. He never asked us to stop. He never asked for a ceasefire. America gave Israel everything it wanted, and they went ahead and decided to, you talk about killing Hamas commanders. They dropped two 2,000-pound bombs on October the 31st, 2023, on the Jabalia refugee camp, killing over 100 people, to kill one guy, Ibrahim Biari, who wasn't even there, a Hamas commander. They killed over 100 people with two 2,000-pound bombs, which incinerate everyone within 100 square feet and damage everyone within 1,000 square feet. That is not targeted warfare. That is not proportionate. That is not legal. And we've seen that play out now over 20 months. And as you said at the start of the show, as I said, the dam is breaking. The Spanish Prime Minister has said Israel is a genocidal state. The Brits, the French, the Canadians that have backed everything Israel done, Britain continues to arm Israel, and saying this is
and their denials are just not working anymore because like everybody is seeing this.
Intolerable. Donald Trump, as you've said, Piers, wants this done, wants this over, isn't a fan of Netanyahu. Not that I have any trust in Trump to do any of the right thing. And I think the reality is, look, everyone can see with their own eyes, there's no justification ever for starving people. Since March the 2nd, to not allow baby formula and diapers in, only a sociopath would support that. And John's very smart, he's very eloquent, he comes on here, talks with stats, cites law. Back in Israel, the Israeli politicians and the Israeli journalists are saying openly genocidal things. They are saying everyone in Gaza is our enemy. They are saying we're going to get rid of everyone from Gaza. They are saying Gazan babies are not innocent. That's what they say on Israeli television, if anyone bothers to watch.
Yeah, and actually, John, there was a piece in the Jewish News in the UK published yesterday, which was without a doubt the most critical piece I have read by a mainstream Jewish newspaper in this country ever. And it was very critical of the Israeli government and its strategy. So I think this idea that what they're doing, the government, has widespread support now from Israelis or Jewish people globally, I think is actually beginning to be proven wrong. I think there's a lot of uprisings now of people saying enough, because they can see there's no end game. No one really on the Israeli government side has explained what is going to happen when this
They
war
never
ends,
did.
or indeed what victory
I mean,
looks like.
to be fair, Piers, you didn't bother asking this question when it was convenient for you to be on the other side of this argument.
And I just don't understand. I mean, look, you're a war expert. If you don't have a victory,
I actually need to.
What happened?
Like, I do need to go back and see what his original stance was, because I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't this.
So you have continued war. So this is, I mean, there was a lot there that Mehdi talked about. And if you have to quote a master sergeant as your expert, as you're trying to say that I'm not an expert, or the other people that you list, while you're saying I'm not an expert,
He's the guy who
pick your own
literally,
experts,
he's the
to
guy who
including
literally led the
genocide.
effort to kill ISIS.
Yeah.
But okay.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you, but you're not an expert. Fine. I'm not an expert. Fine. But history, the military tactics, you say, Piers, what does victory look like?
Yeah.
Exactly the standards. Every hostage brought home. Hamas not in power, both military or political power in Gaza.
You can reliably count on that.
There's something else. Now you have actual, great, quote Israeli press. That's the beauty of.
But he's just being a journalist.
The free press. People can say what
Isn't
they
that
want
it?
and get it published. You have people voting with their feet in Gaza right now saying, Hamas, we don't want Hamas. What you have, what victory looks like. Now, I can tell you historically what it has ever looked like and what did it take to defeat another military. Take the Korean War. 2 million civilians died in the Korean War. 54,000 civilians a month for every month of that war. Do we call that a genocide? Do we call it illegal? No. Israel does follow the law of war and goes way beyond the legal obligations, like feeding the enemy's population, because as of right now, trucks are rolling in, even though they've tried to figure out a plan to get the food away from Hamas.
Bullshit.
And
5
again,
trucks.
point the finger at Hamas. Point the Mehdi, control yourself. Open the gate to Egypt, create the biggest displaced person camp just on the other side of the gate, and get the women, the children, and the elderly out of harm's way, and then destroy Hamas. That's victory, so that it never threatens Israel again. Go to Sir Andrew Roberts on the history of when you start a war, when you lose a war, you actually do lose the right to govern your population. You do lose the right to subjugate your population, because the billionaires in Qatar don't care how many people in Gaza are dying.
Okay, Mehdi, final word to you.
I mean, look, we can argue about what victory looks like. We can also argue that a victory shouldn't involve a genocide, right? That's been my consistent position from the beginning. Don't kill civilians. Don't intentionally harm civilians. When the former head of the Israeli military, the former Israeli defense minister, not some lefty, not some anti-Semite, Moshe Yaalon says last week, we're doing ethnic cleansing. We're sending our soldiers to commit war crimes. We're losing touch with our Jewish values. That's what Moshe Yaalon, a hawk, the former head of the Israeli military, said last week. There's a reason he's saying that, and there's a reason John Spencer doesn't want to engage with that, because Israeli generals are saying it themselves. We've turned killing kids into a hobby. The world can see. I thought we're not interrupting, John. The world can see what Israel is doing. Israeli generals can see. And by the way, one last point. Please don't go and invoke Yemen to score your points. I think I've spoken and written more about Yemen than you ever have. People like you only ever come along and cite Yemen and Sudan to defend Israel. You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written about Yemen and Sudan.
Okay.
I actually don't give a shit about you. I care about civilians.
Oh, control yourself, John.
Oh, control yourself, John.
Thank you, gentlemen. We nearly got there without going ad hominem, but we fell at the final hurdle. But it was an interesting debate. Thank you both very much.
Yeah. This Major John Spencer is, I mean, his last name might as well be Zionist, like, from what I'm reading here. Holy shit. What's up, dude? Here, let's move the chat back. Let's get everything back into its natural place here. There we go. And then... I see you, Stan. I see you. That was cute. What's up, dude? Hey. What's up? There he is. Really good today. Proud of you. Oh. All right. It's forehead is the size of a football field. All right, that was pretty good. All right, power here, real quick. Powertrain. Let's look at OEM. Thank you for the cheer 200 bits, dude. Appreciate that. What up, Kois? How you doing? Good to see you, dude. Not sure if you were here for yeah, man, thank you. Here. I hear you recently had some stream issues. I did? Oh, like which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the ones I like had last week where I had my little shadow, yeah, my shadow ban? Yeah, I had a shadow ban. That sucked. It has been taken care of though. YouTube found me not guilty. It was weird though, because like they kind of did take me to like YouTube creator court. You know, my YouTube rep, they got a hold of me asking me some questions, and they're like, okay, we'll get back to you. And then I kind of knew what the outcome was going to be because Kirk was not going to challenge anything, but yeah, no, again, it was oddly enough a good thing because that means that Kirk he's doing good things, man. Like he's doing big things with his music, and honestly, the fact that they were protecting his stuff, I do not hurt or hate them for that, but they did cause me some unjust pain. And yeah, the shadow ban lasted about a week. It's, you know what, I'll be real, when you hear shadow ban, and I'll be real about myself, when I heard like another creator is just saying like, I got shadow banned, guys, like and subscribe, and just like try it, like I thought it was kind of bullshit, but no, it's 2000% where you can see it happen in real time, where just you'll upload a video and it will get maybe like tens of the people that it usually would. So like for instance, I noticed it when a bunch of my videos went under 100, and I was like, that's odd, because I hadn't averaged under 100 in a long time. So it's just that's strange. And then I noticed the same thing with my stream, where I was like, huh, I just feel like the algorithm's not doing anything. And then immediately when I got my ban appealed, and I got everything like cleared that day, it was literally that day. It was actually on Monday. Monday, I think I finished stream with like damn near 600 people that tuned in. So good times. Yeah, channel's growing. I know not everybody's cup of tea, but some people are. But how you doing, Kois? It's good to see you, dude. Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Just remember that. Just remember that. On both platforms, yeah. Well, Twitch not as much. I mean, Twitch is weird. So like Twitch, I kind of accidentally do it sometimes because I guess by marking myself as politics, it's simultaneously it will bring people over for discussing the politics, but actually helping my channel, no. I noticed that it starts growing when I go to just chat. So my 12 super chats worked. They did. And thank you again. I know Unimoogle actually. She was saying thank you for that. All right, what else we got? We got some news. Let's see. Still waiting to see a specialist. Ah, that sucks, man. That really sucks. Back pain's the worst. Yeah, no, I remember. I'm glad that you updated chat, but I remember. I do, actually listen to what you guys say. I'm still waiting on game. Why do you say still waiting on game? Why do you type it like bot? I see chiropractor. Why you type like bot today? What is up with you? Because I know damn well you're not one. That would be one of the most impressive bots I've seen in a while. Like, what time is it? Well, the problem with the game today is I'll find out if I'm gonna be okay to keep streaming in about 30 minutes or so. As I said, guys, I really need those good vibes right now. Oh boy, do I. That, because if it's my powertrain, I might be out of car. No. Please don't be. Please don't be. Please don't be. Please don't be what, like, there's three things. I don't know what the hell that was. What's it doing? So I got a wrench on the dashboard, and it's not necessarily doing anything except just giving me the wrench warning, which can be one of 200 issues. But on my car, it's the standard. It's usually one of 3 issues. It's either the engine, the transmission, or the powertrain. And if it's the powertrain, what car do you have and what's the code? Here. I'll let you know in Discord. Not really trying to tell people when I'm out there driving. Probably needs a new head gasket. Really, Allie? Shit. Yeah, let's see. I could actually... You might be right about that, because I was having issues with that gasket earlier. Last year or so. Ah, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Okay, that I could do. Oh, I could literally pick that up tonight and then have that done by tomorrow morning. Might as well get the belts done too. Listen, I'm not sure how to say this, but I'm not sure how much money I'm willing to invest in this car anymore. $300K, yeah, better gets is something. I mean, gotta go, get ready. Gotcha. All right, they're like, You like your Prius? Nice. Even though I'm subbed and a member, your lives aren't showing up on my main anymore. I've been dealing with that. Yes, Sylvie. That's exactly what it is. No, and that's why I have been pushing a little bit harder, saying like, guys, like the stream as much as you can. Like my videos. That's another one. If you guys like, just check out. Go to my page and just check out some of the newer videos. Honestly, if you haven't checked out my newest one, I am kind of proud of it. Because it was one of those situations where we watched the video about Tim Pool getting dogged on for his musical takes, and I was like, I did not really pay enough attention to it and give my takes on it, so I was like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna go back and rewatch it, and yeah, Tim Pool fans do not like me. For real. Here, let me read some of my favorite comments. Not the coolest car. I can tell you right now, my car is not exactly what I would consider cool. My car is... it's something. It's had a life, man. It's had a life and a half. My dad actually said something really funny to me, where he was just like, oh, buddy, that car doesn't owe you shit. I was like, okay. He's like, no. He's like, that many miles? All I want is good gas mileage and dependability. Is it a Volvo? I'm not telling... No, but, it's as dependable as a Volvo. I'll give you... I will say that for it. Doesn't really matter. I don't know. I don't like putting too much info out there. Strange. Now I'm catching on to that, you know, after I've already told you guys all about my life and literally talk about my my therapy with you guys, but I'm not exactly comfortable telling you what kind of car I got. Shit. Is this a top facing? Oh, no. Really? Never mind, I'm not going to be able to replace this head gasket. I thought I had this. I had a dream that Cybertrucks formed an evil Voltron and Elon was... That's actually kind of funny. That would be ugly as hell, man. As a find of combiner robots. That would be a very, very ugly combination robot. To be fair, Tim Pool... excuse me. Tim Pool fans bend over backwards to glaze Tim and will jump through dimensional hoops to make the other person out to be an idiot. Well, that's what I don't get. Like... I just don't understand liking anybody that much where you cannot just see how wrong they are in moments. Again, I expect that with me, where like you guys are. That's why I really appreciate y'all. Like, you do not blow smoke up my ass as a streamer here. You will tell me when I'm wrong. You'll tell me when you disagree, and you don't do that thing where you're like, I'm gonna leave now, and like, not the streamer for me. I've had a few of those, but oh yeah, but that's what I was saying about, yeah, they are definite. Oh yeah, I wanted to get a few of the comments because they are funny. If there's one thing, that I can say is that the burns are kind of funny. This is backwards. Why would you delete all positive comments, sir? Credit where credit's due. You're clearly not in YouTube's pocket. I appreciated that one. That was pretty funny. Never heard of this dude. He's a pro wrestling fan. Enough said. Here, let's see. Can I pull up more of these? Comments. Your opinions on politics are biased because life isn't working out for you. You need to address why you're single before lecturing other people on their worldview. I mean... Just another wannabe trying to stir up crap with Tim. LOL, Tim isn't a poser and you're kind of dumb. I found the original source. It was... Oh, yeah, because I did say I was having trouble with the original source. This your hair, LOL. Tim is too far left for me, in my opinion, but no way can I watch a video from this guy that looks and sounds like this. I already know your talking points, bro, by your voice, bro. Pronoun in bio? No. Hillary did nothing wrong? No. Knows people are evil because Palestine. Wait, what? Oh, because he can't. Wait, you can't say that. Oh, maybe he's been banned for saying stuff, and they like marked him for it. But also, not sees the evil for World War II basketball people. Oh my God, this guy's like, okay, see, right here. This is the Tim Pool crowd. These are the people attacking me, which is kind of funny. You got 9 likes in 2 days, and you're calling someone else a poser. Gotta fake it to make it, right? Your ideas are bad, and you should feel bad. Some of these are legit, or I'm like, okay, that's a... Your ideas are bad, and you should feel bad. Oh, man. Let's see. Always low T guys opposing conservative views never fails. Yes. Haters trying to siphon views, get paid. Pathetic. See, I had that one guy at the beginning there that's just like, I don't think we're getting paid. Definitely not doing this for money. I mean, did we not establish that I have Tim Pool is a punk poser? No, that's what I mean. Like, for real. I mean that. If there's one thing that I mean, it's the fact that, no, you cannot abandon the principles that make you punk and then go, but I saw against us, and I also like Rise Against, but I don't like what Rise Against rises against. So they're not punk. I'm punk. I still skateboard. Watch me do an ollie. Isn't that a Futurama quote? Your ideas are bad and you should feel bad. Has a ring to it. Ah, that would explain why it was creative but also stolen. See? Kyle Rittenhouse, famously high T looks. You mean his stung by a bee and constantly confused broccoli-headed idiot look? Yeah. He literally does just always look like he's doing this. But who am I to criticize? DOJ can't stop screwing up. Israel is losing its mind. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Let's get an update on this one. Because I am a little interested to see what Hasan has to say, especially after his debate with Bad Empanada. Although that's not what he's covering here. I do want to... I hope he does, maybe. We'll see.
Because, like, the thing is, Iran has been incredibly restrained to such a degree that it's obvious that they don't even really care about Palestinian humanity here, okay? Like,
Doesn't high tea make you bald and shrink your balls?
They are the only game in town outside of the Houthis that have actually directly got Israel to stand down.
That's how they can tell I still have a hairline.
Meanwhile, as European leaders are finally applying a little bit of pressure to Israel, just like marginal, just a little baby amount of pressure. Here is what Israel is preparing for, apparently.
It's the professor arguing with his nemesis, totally from Futurama.
Israel's making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. New intelligence suggests Israel is preparing possible strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, U.S. officials say. CNN, the U.S. has obtained new intelligence suggesting that Israel is making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, even as the Trump administration has been pursuing a diplomatic deal with Tehran. Multiple U.S. officials familiar with the latest...
No, guys. If they have to blur this...
Intelligence told CNN. Such a strike would be a brazen break with Donald Trump.
I guess I know what I'm doing
about
this weekend.
that.
Yay.
U.S. officials said it could also risk tipping off a broader regional conflict in the Middle East, something the U.S. has sought to avoid since the war in Gaza inflamed tensions in the beginning of 2023. Israel right now, strike while the iron is still hot. Yeah, they're delusional, man. They are delulu. They have lost their minds. They have lost their goddamn minds, dude. They're insane. U.S. has obtained new intelligence suggesting that Israel is making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, even as the Trump administration has been pursuing diplomatic ties with Tehran. Not even sure if U.S. has actually been pursuing that, by the way. Such a strike would be a brazen break with President Donald Trump.
Dude, I just got an estimate, and the guy said, all right, get out of here. He sends me a link, and it's a listing for a new car, but like the same type of. He's like, here, you could just find essentially the same type of car for way cheaper.
It's not clear that Israeli leaders have made a final decision, and that in fact there is deep disagreement within the U.S. government about the likelihood that Israel will ultimately act. Whether and how Israel's strikes will likely depend on what it thinks the U.S. negotiates with Tehran over its nuclear program, but the chance of an Israeli strike on an Iranian nuclear facility has gone up
if it is what it is. Okay.
significantly in recent months. Dude, I swear to God, Israel is not going to stop until literally Iran just drops the Israel equivalent of bombs on top of Israel. Like, what the are they doing? Like, they already played this tit for tat before with Iran, where they exploded Ismail Haniyeh, the principal negotiator.
This really is kind of like two kids get into an argument, right? And they push each other. And then we keep buying one of the kids' arguments because I guess they're the favorite kid or whatever. But they're just like, but he pushed me. And we're finally to that point where after so many years of bringing up, but he pushed me. It's like, dude, that was how long ago? We have not seen, he has not been seen around you. What's going on?
I was negotiating with Israel, by the way, in the hotel he was staying at in
and then we could add another layer to this, but I don't want to go that dark.
Tehran.
It's like,
it is so crazy. Iran is not just going to attack Israel. It's going to attack oil refineries in the region if its energy grid is harmed in any meaningful capacity. They have said as much. I don't understand why Israel thinks it can do an 8-front war now with an actual more powerful military. The Israeli diaper force cannot do anything outside of, they can't even deal with Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is still a paramilitary force. Why the do they think that the Israeli diaper force can deal with the
Trump's approval rating is slipping? Oh, shit.
IRGC? It's shocking to me that they are this insane. I suspect this is more of Israeli diplomacy, where they just like saber rattle with the hopes that like they can give a better hand to the United States of America. But yes, Zay Squirrel's tweet about this was seemingly correct. It's my assessment as well. I told you just as much that I suspect that this whole like back and forth between Israel and America was having with Hamas was simply just a sleight of hand. My first thought from seeing that is the U.S. may be using Israel as a back cop, so to speak, in negotiations.
I mean, to be fair, you did like do the thing where you were just like, guys, break out the red hats.
And if the U.S. can come in and calm things down afterwards, they endear
and then
themselves
you were like,
to Iran more.
Maybe we're preemptively celebrating.
That's what that's the best possible scenario. That's the best possible outcome here. Having said that, however, I'm not so certain that we have cool heads, responsible parties here. I don't know. They're insane. Israel's insane. And Trump is, not even Trump, America is insane as well. The heightened worries stem not only from public and private messaging from senior Israeli officials that is considering such a move, but also from intercepted Israeli communications. Because, like, the thing is, Iran has been incredibly restrained to such a degree that it's obvious that they don't even really care about Palestinian humanity here, okay? Like, they are They are the only game in town outside of the Houthis that have actually directly got Israel to stand down. So the very fact, here, Benny Gantz, Israel's more moderate liberal leader, advocating for the expulsions of Palestinians from Gaza and says the fight against Hamas could last up to a decade. Many will ignore Gantz's statements and place blame on Palestinian rejectionism, a racist trope that's meant to detract from Israel's occupation of the Palestinians. The Israeli opposition leaders have frequently been attacking Netanyahu, not for war crimes, but for not bombing Iran sooner, not conscripting more Haredi men into the army, and for not sucking up to Trump enough. Or my favorite was when they were like, we hate you because you're not bombing Lebanon hard enough. And then when he started bombing Lebanon, they were like, okay, we don't hate you anymore. Thank you for bombing Lebanon. I need you to bomb Lebanon, please. I don't know at this point. But what I do know is Iran has been in this game for quite a while. I'm pretty sure that they're very well aware of America's tricks, okay? So I doubt that they would be open-minded to a warm, like an extended hand from the Trump administration. In 1982, the CIA and Mossad planned a coup to install the Shah's son in Iran. According to Samuel Segev, the plan had the approval of both the CIA and the Israeli cabinet of Menachem Begin, and only abandoned after Begin resigned in 1983. Most importantly, this plan was approved in February 1982. That is 4 months before the Iranians sent the IRGC to Lebanon in June.
Oh my God, Tim Pool just turned on Theo Vaughn. It's one thing to criticize the war. It's another thing to call it a genocide. Massive swing to one side of the issue he doesn't understand at all.
So if anyone asks you who started the Iran-Israel proxy conflict, it was Israel. Yeah. What is this? Did you respond to this? What is this? Israeli Lebanese Christian? Hassan Piker from a safe Western mansion praises the resistance that turned their guns on my people. My father fought the PLO when they attacked us. Hezbollah promised liberation, then assassinated anyone who spoke out. We fled. Only Israel gave us refuge. You want me to respond to this dog, dude? Are you stupid? Are you okay? Yeah, I don't care, man. Like, what? Okay, suck my... What's next? You're going to send Luhai Ahmed or whatever that Yemeni dude is to be like, do you have a response to this? Are you guys so stupid? What's up? You're gonna send me a Candace Owens video next and be like, Hassan doesn't know black liberation. George Floyd actually was a drug addict. Do you have a response? See, Candace Owens is a black woman. She knows what's going on. Is that what you're gonna tell me next? I don't give a fuck this guy. And you for thinking this guy's word matters anything. Anyone that is an Arab, non-Jewish Arab, living in Israel, living inside of the borders of Israel, that defends Israel this hard, is literally begging to be spat on every day of the week. Okay? That's what this guy's position is. It's got to be like a sexual kink for this person to just constantly get spat on by the settler population when he's walking down the streets. I don't give a fuck what he has to say. Look at his bio. That should be enough for you to be like, I will never listen to you. He's a Nazi. Yeah, his Christian dad fought the PLO. Wonder what that means. Anyway, let's hear what this statement was. Let me give a reminder to the other side. The American side, which is negotiating indirectly, should try not to talk nonsense. To say that we will not allow Iran to enrich uranium is a huge mistake. No one is waiting for permission from anyone. The Islamic Republic has its own policies, its own methods, and it pursues its own agenda. Man, the Ayatollah is whack. Let me be real. Hassan is a kink for degrading his chatters. What? Dude, take a week off. I always feel bad for Iranian leaders because they want to do their thing, but they can't because the Ayatollah doesn't let them. Yeah, I understand that. But in this process, it doesn't even matter, okay? If we're talking about America versus Iran in the region, like obviously that's completely irrelevant. The thing is, like, that's the biggest L for Iran, is like how fundamentalist its leadership is still. And it's directly a byproduct of just fundamentalism being associated with anti-Western imperialism. It's the most honest way of being anti-West. Okay, that's what the revolution was about initially, and it sucks because Iran is an incredibly diverse nation. Iran is a beautiful nation, and Iran should not be under such a fundamentalist rule, all things considered. And Iran wasn't under such a fundamentalist rule. And no, I'm not talking about the Shah era either, okay? Like, that is obviously another reason. That is the primary reason. Western intervention is the primary reason for why Iran is so goddamn fundamentalist in its governance. But ultimately, if we're talking about state versus state violence here, like obviously, Iran is going to defend itself. Forcing its hand into engaging in violent retaliation is idiotic. I don't know. We'll see. They are an incredibly restrained party here, though, in comparison to Israel. It's not even a fucking question. In comparison to the United States of America and its extension, Israel, Iran is the far more restrained party, okay? Just like Hamas is the far more restrained, far more diplomatic party in comparison to Israel, in comparison to the United States of America, and that's it. Dude, the funniest thing is this, like, weird pedophile lolly YouTube guy has, like, 8 fans, but they don't stop being fucking annoying. Like, they will still be like, hey, why are you not talking about this guy? I don't know. Maybe because he's fucking utterly irrelevant, dude. What the fuck? Like, I was watching a speech that I delivered at Oxford Union, and these guys who are volunteering this information that you wouldn't be able to get out of me in a fucking CIA black site with a black bag over my head as, like, my nipples were clamped to a fucking car battery. I would not reveal that I voluntarily watch a fucking lolicon VTuber who is a fucking pro-Israel VTuber as well. Like, pick a goddamn struggle.
I have a feeling I know who he's talking about.
These people
I was like, wait a
volunteer this
minute.
information with regular frequency in the chat just to be
Really?
like, I hear you're banning the mentions of this guy. Yeah. See, this is it. Look. This is a test. I don't think you guys understand. We're clapping all of you. I mean, I don't think you understand many things. We're clapping all of you not because I'm fearful of this person or his, like, intellectual prowess. It's because you're disgusting pedophile freaks. That's why. Here, let me unban you so you understand what I'm saying. You are a disgusting pedophile pro-Israel freak. So of course we're going to fucking ban you. Why the fuck would I let a person who volunteers that they are a fan, like, we ban Sam Hyde fans in here too. We ban them in here as well because they're gross. They're gross. They're volunteering this information. They're saying, like, yeah, no, Sam Hyde, that pedophile Nazi, I'm a fan of that guy. Okay, that's enough for me to fucking clap you. It's not for any other reason. It's housekeeping. You feel me? It's actually pretty funny that they have
Kind of weird when I don't know.
like, my mods haven't even
At all.
auto-modded
He's
it
talking. Wait.
because I personally
Do I wanna
like
look this
seeing
person up?
how stupid people get.
No.
He's been having people record themselves typing his name in your chat and getting banned, and in turn reacts to those videos so more people go and try it. I know, but I don't have an issue with that. Because one, he has no motion. Two, I'm happy to fucking immediately ban disgusting little freaks like
American
this. You know?
comedian.
Like, he is so low motion and low priority in this process that, like, I don't even mind the harassment raids that his community tries to do here. It's hilarious. That's part of the reason why we don't even auto mod it, because it's fucking it's funny. Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude, and
Really?
self-reporting that you like this gross little freak. Yeah, also, it can't even be a harassment raid because it's like 2 people an hour. Like, all of that effort of being like, hey, you guys should please go there and get banned so I can react to it. And all of that amounts to like 3 people an hour coming in and being like, hello, I'm a fan of a VTuber who likes to masturbate to lolly porn, drawn children. That's who I'm a fan of, and I'm here on his behalf. What's up? Just testing. Will I get banned? And it's like, yeah, you got banned not because you're dangerous. You got banned because you're a fucking loser. You know? Oh, you're so mad. No.
To be fair, even as a smaller streamer, that's what they do here.
I deal with
the self-importance from these people where it's like the ban itself is like getting the badge of honor.
Gold on a daily basis.
And then they do the thing where they'll go to like they go literally from channel to channel, because this is how I know about this too, because I've had so many of them just be like, I was on such and such's channel and I got banned. Are you one of those pussies?
Asmongold's fans there are far more of them than this fucking loser. Mark thought you lied about your height.
Like Cam is not. Hasan 6'3". Did that nigga lie?
I didn't. I'm 6'4".
That nigga is not 6'3".
He like 6'5", I think.
Yeah, he taller than me.
I think a little taller than me.
Yeah, he taller than me.
Somebody said, what if he slips again?
Maybe 6'4", 6'5".
Friga not gonna hoop for real. Exactly. And that's another thing. He need to calm down.
That's really tall.
Hassan is 6'5", bro. He's tall, bro.
I'm
He beat
6'4".
Christopher Leonard. I seen it. I just don't need him
mean-
out on the outside shooting threes. I need him getting boards. He gotta understand his
I'm 6 foot.
job is there to get boards.
No,
bro.
I got it. I can
Like
do
proper
that.
too.
Cat
Not that
free to go
5'11" bullshit.
YPK dunked from the free throw line yesterday. What?
Asana's done this time. 1
The
million.
reactionary politics in large part boil down to the projected victim complex. Oh yeah, I did cover that a little bit today.
Funny as shit. Is also very stupid. Like the dude who we're talking about is.
I mean, think of this: like Christians, MAGA, like they all have this thing in common where they crave being the victim. Like right now, they're in the honeymoon phase, but when they're in power, then they get mad and then they're like, "We need to be the victim." No, if we're not the victim, then we can't really. We can't be outraged. Wait a minute.
Is very.
And then they look at us and they're like, look at the troll.
Very
the triggered left.
Very stupid. He's not, not only is he a fucking VTuber who masturbates to drawn children, okay, which is insane. He's also very dumb. You are stupid. Okay. I mean, I am. I think the difference, however, is that like I recognize my stupidity, which I think
there's just something about the internet where it's like to be that comfortable to say something like that
gives me an upper hand in comparison to the normal.
That should tell you that there's a community out there that supports this person. That's terrifying.
Stupids.
Yes, we kind of had a situation where we had somebody playing those games and we were like no.
Bring NMP with me. I heard he was also Israeli. I don't know if it's true because I want to know almost nothing about the guy.
I need to get an update.
I don't think he's Israeli, but I understand why people think he is. You do whatever you want with that information. I don't know. I don't really care if he's Israeli or not. He's just fucking gross regardless. Bro, why are so many of your haters fans saying you associated with Diddy? Because they're fucking schizophrenic, chatter. Because they're schizophrenic. I think that's...
Stopped watching anime because of fan service?
That's the...
I kind of had like a little bit of a renaissance as far as like getting back into anime recently, where I finally watched the new Gundam series, which is really good. I do highly recommend it, especially if you like the original Gundam and just kind of like, I don't know, if you can have fun with subversion of your expectations. And also if you're a Ava fan and a Gundam fan, it's so cool. And then Lazarus is really, really good.
Probably the best.
I finally sat down and watched that. It's up there with Cowboy Bebop.
Me too.
I've already watched a few of the episodes twice and I really enjoy it.
To explain it, when you realize that like 98%, of things that my haters say about me is just made up. Like, it's that simple. Just made up.
I don't know. I got lost there. I'm sorry.
And then the other 2% is just like close enough to the truth, but they've just like massaged it to a degree where it's just indecipherable from a lie. Then you realize like
Afro Samurai is just awesome.
Yeah, things that my haters said about me were correct. Like, yeah, I'd be a pretty fucking heinous person.
I just put away a comic book, the Star Wars Visions comic that was drawn by that guy.
But they're not. So what do you want me to do?
Everyone loves Cowboy Bebop. I don't know many people that have just been like, not for me.
Most of your ops are comic book villains, but sex criminals. They go too far with it. They literally
check out Lazarus. Like, definitely check out Lazarus if you like Cowboy Bebop. And it's got, surprisingly, I think the composer actually, instead of the Cowboy Bebop guy, they got the person that did Trigun.
Pushed me into your community by being so crazy. Yeah, I think
works
that's
perfectly, man.
That's usually how it goes. Like that, I do think that like they're so they're so repulsive and so commonly awful in broad daylight that they end up negatively polarizing people against them and cause them to become fans of mine. Efendim, tanımıyorsun yani hiç. İyi misin? Are you okay? Okay. I don't know. You look like you're struggling.
Samurai Champloo is also good. This one is definitely, if there's a trilogy, if I would consider this guy like to have a trilogy of animes that you could tell he really, really cares about, this would be like this would be them. It would be Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop, and then Lazarus. Apparently, they all take place in the same universe too, which has lost its luster after the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I gotta admit. All right, lawyer cringe. Let's take a look at this real quick. Let's see how badly the DOJ keeps screwing up. Also, actually, hold on. You know what? I need to check this. News update. Hold on. Posted. Still nothing. No updates on Congress. It looks like the plan is to possibly do another late night vote. Okay, so they really are giving the game away with this one by doing all these late night votes. They do not want the people paying attention to this at all. Wow. But what? Like, it's not like anybody could just go in there and just, like, stop them. Like, what are you talking about?
If you ask President Trump, all he does is win. But his DOJ, not so much. It turns out that when you lay off the competent career staff and then fire all the ethical attorneys who refuse to do manifestly illegal and unethical stuff, you're not left with the best and brightest. And Trump's DOJ keeps stepping on rakes. Well, it's more like they step on a banana peel and then rakes, and then banana peels and rakes at the same time. Never has a topic been more appropriate for Liz Dye, our resident chaos lawyer.
Thanks, Devin. Attorney General Pam Bondi was sworn in on February 5th, and, well, we're not saying it's been a shit show, but we're not saying it. Bondi's tenure as head of the Justice Department was marked by employee purges.
I kind of like their PBS delivery.
A judicial contempt finding, missed deadlines, misfiled documents, and most of all, Fox News hits. Lots and lots of Fox hits.
And here to explain the Fox hits is our buddy, Kermit the Frog. Hey, hi ho, Kermit the Frog.
DEA has seized over 21 million fentanyl pills.
Oh boy, it seems like they're really messing up.
That's 21 million lives saved, in my opinion. We are going to prosecute you, and we are prosecuting you.
And okay, it's not
Miss Piggy has better hair.
Unheard of for the AG to speak to the press, but Attorney General Bondi seems to be a lot more focused on selling the Trump administration's priorities on television than getting the law right. Here she is announcing that the DOJ filed charges against New York Governor Kathy Hochul and State Attorney General Letitia James.
We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder.
She did not file charges against Hochul and James. She filed a civil complaint because New York refused to let the federal government go trawling through its driver's license database in search of undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so yeah, Legal Eagle doing the Lord's work here, giving us the, this is how much bullshit this truly is. Because again, I love how this really does play into like the social media age of things where people, you know, they're medical experts, especially during, you know, the big C, but everybody's a legal expert too until they're not.
That complaint makes the truly bizarre claim that...
Because I've heard this. I've had this like levied at me where they're like, oh, they're charging Democrats. What do you think?
The state of New York is actually discriminating against the federal government by refusing to hand over data on undocumented immigrants who get driver's licenses. That case has not yet been decided, but thanks to the 10th Amendment's anti-commandeering doctrine, the federal government cannot force states to expend resources to carry out federal law enforcement. That's why the Supreme Court put the kibosh on gun background checks when the Clinton administration ordered states to do them at point of sale. And okay, this Supreme Court has been pretty good at finding a way to give President
Yeah, it was really successful for Chicago.
Trump whatever he wants.
Dude, I remember that.
Still, Bondi's announcement that she...
We had such a like uptick in crime where we're like, oh.
Charge New York officials was utter nonsense. And that's not the only thing she's confused about. There's a lot. So maybe it's best to tackle this one regionally. Okay, since we're already in New York not charging the governor and the AG, let's talk about the criminal case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Adams was indicted in September of 2024 and charged with bribery and wire fraud. The case was set to go to trial in April, but in February, the government moved to dismiss the case. The New York Times published internal communication showing Emil Bove, the number 3 guy at the Justice Department, ordering the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, to temporarily uncharge
or at least the paralegal. Whoever has to like type all that out.
Adams, so the administration could leverage the politician to enact their immigration agenda. Remember, feds can't force New York to do its bidding, but if the mayor is worried that if he doesn't give the president what he wants, he'll get reindicted, you can get around that pesky 10th Amendment problem. Sassoon resigned rather than carry out that corrupt order, and her deputy, Hagan Scotton, refused to sign it either, writing in a mic drop letter, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." Bove, whose last gig was as Donald Trump's personal lawyer, reportedly locked a bunch of prosecutors in a room and threatened to fire them all if someone from SDNY didn't put their name on his facially corrupt dismissal motion. After a couple of hours, one of the more senior lawyers did it to spare his younger colleagues. But then the Trump administration trotted Adams out on Fox so that immigration czar Tom Homan could brag about the deal that would allow him to get up Adams' butt if he didn't cooperate on immigration, which did not make the thing reek less of corruption.
And we were able to get in the room and really articulate what are my powers, what are my authorities, and what are some of the things that we need to legislatively address that is preventing us from doing what we want to do.
Judge Dale Ho called it fundamentally incompatible with the basic premise of equal justice under the law to allow the government to threaten criminal prosecution as a means of controlling the leader of the biggest city in America. The judge dismissed the case against Adams with prejudice, meaning it cannot be refiled. The whole thing was an absolute black eye for the Justice Department, which lost several highly experienced prosecutors, including 3 who published a joint letter in April refusing to confess wrongdoing when there was none as a condition of getting their jobs back. And the DOJ wasn't done shedding lawyers either. New York's Metropolitan Transit Authority is in a legal battle with the Trump administration over congestion pricing in Manhattan. Basically, it was a pilot program approved under President Biden, but 5 minutes after being sworn in, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced that he was terminating it. Then he headed over to Fox to explain that he was saving the world from the dangers of public transit.
If you want people to ride public transportation, Governor Hochul, then make public transportation beautiful. Make it safe. Felony crime on the subway is up 9% this year alone.
Duffy took it for granted that the Justice Department would back-formulate a rationale, and they have been doing their level best, but in an internal memo, they warned of considerable litigation risk because, 1, the law is not on the government's side, and 2, the plaintiffs here are likely to ask for and get internal Transportation Department communications and possibly a deposition of Secretary Duffy himself. Now, normally, we would never see a document like this because it is attorney-client privileged. But at 9 p.m. on April 11th, it appeared on the public docket. That was clearly an accident. The right document, which was another nasty letter from Duffy to Governor Hochul threatening to withhold all federal highway money, appeared moments later on the docket. And look, you can see how that kind of thing might happen. There have been mass layoffs, and the people left at DOJ are
I just had a thought that Dr. Bunsen is Honeydew and RFK is Beaker. Is Elon.
Super overworked defending the administration.
Oh, no, RFK would be Dr. Honeydew and Beaker's Elon.
In hundreds of lawsuits. But that did not stop Transportation Department spokeswoman Haley Dobbins attacking those lawyers publicly. She said, "Are SDNY lawyers on this case incompetent, or was this their attempt to resist? At the very least, it's legal malpractice. It's sad to see a premier legal organization continue to fall into such disgrace." And by the way, the Transportation Department said that it was sidelining the lawyers who drafted that memo to Duffy, but a month later, their names are still on court filings, maybe because there's no one left there to replace them with. Side note, Secretary Duffy got his start as a cast member on the 6th season of MTV's The Real World.
And all of a sudden I see Montana like looking at me like she's gonna unzip her vest and show me her boobies.
He later starred on Road Rules All-Stars, which is how he's qualified to be Transportation Secretary, obviously. Meanwhile, AG Bondi's media habits continue to be a problem for her department. In the Luigi Mangione case, she put out a statement on April 1 saying that she directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty and calling the killing an act of political violence because Mangione targeted a healthcare executive. At that point, Mangione hadn't even been indicted federally, although he was facing state charges in New York. Mangione's lawyers accused Bondi of deliberately tainting the jury pool and violating the Justice Department's own rules on how and when to seek the death penalty. TLDR, it involves a deliberative process in which they consider all mitigating factors, not a press release by the Attorney General before the defendant has even been charged. Mangione moved to take the death penalty off the table because of Bondi's big mouth. As of this recording, that issue is still being briefed. And before we leave New York, let's talk about one more case of what appears to be spectacular overreach by Emile Beauvais. The New York Times has a wild story about Beauvais ordering prosecutors to seek a warrant for the membership list of the pro-Palestinian student group Columbia University Apartheid Divest. He planned to give that membership list to ICE so that any immigrants exercising their First Amendment rights could be deported. But to get a warrant, you have to demonstrate probable cause that you'll discover evidence of a crime, and protesting is not it.
Protesting is not a crime, and despite what they keep saying, being here illegally is not a crime.
Probably why
it's a civil infraction.
Nobody from SDNY would put their name on this warrant application. Pro tip, always look at the signature block on the filings. If the case is filed in, say, New York, and the only lawyers willing to sign their names to it are working out of Maine Justice.
The funniest part is how, like, the most uneducated about, like, their rights and, like, police tactics are probably
just in DC.
I hate to say it, like if it turns on you, then all of a sudden you guys are going to become not civil servants, sovereign citizens.
It's probably a sign that whatever's in the document is hinky. So here's the signature page from the motion to dismiss the case against Eric Adams. See how it's signed by 2 lawyers from the criminal division?
Although I don't see it ever turning.
And Beauvais himself, but no one from New York? That's weird. And it's one of the reasons Magistrate Judge Sarah Netburn rejected the warrant application for information on the Columbia student protest group. Beauvais then ordered the Justice Department to appeal to a U.S. District Court judge, which is, again, super weird. So then Judge John Keltel sent it back to the magistrate to reconsider, at which point Magistrate Netburn not only rejected the request for a search warrant, but she also ordered the government to abide by a special condition.
Fingers crossed, guys. We need all those positive vibes right now. Moment of truth is coming up.
Prosecutors ever try to refile such an application before another federal judge, they had to include a transcript of the sealed discussions in her court.
Dude, my palms are literally sweating.
Beauvais wasn't done. He ordered FBI agents to suit up in flak jackets and go stand near protesters in a phalanx formation in a clear attempt to intimidate those protesters. The New York Times notes that the FBI agents did not make any such show of force, maybe because they didn't want to wind up being deposed in a civil rights suit if things went sideways. But Beauvais looks like a paragon of competence compared to the guy they've got running the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. Oh, Ed Martin. There is a reason we made a video calling him Trump's worst lawyer. Okay, let's see how many Ed Martin scandals we can get into the next 90 seconds.
Ed
Number
Martin.
1, he started his tenure by firing a bunch of seasoned prosecutors who worked on the January 6 cases and demoting others to misdemeanor intake, work so far below their pay grade that it was clear he hoped they'd quit. He also said he was launching an investigation of lawyers who worked on those cases. He followed that up by trying to launch a criminal investigation into recipients of congressionally allocated climate funds. First, he hounded a seasoned prosecutor into resigning because she refused to sign a warrant to seize the money from Citibank, because there was no probable cause to think that the grant recipients had committed a crime. Then he tried and failed to get that warrant himself. See, Emile Beauvais, it happens to lots of guys. Martin tried and failed to get someone at Maine Justice to bite on his big plan to indict Senator Chuck Schumer and Representative Brett
they try.
Garcia for
I
saying
wouldn't
that
say no victim.
Democrats
Like, okay, that's
ought to toughen up and fight.
Can be worded better.
And
I
for
don't
calling
know.
Elon Musk a dick. He called that operation.
That's the reason that they did that Lincoln Riley Act, like in They're very effective at just being like, look, white girl got attacked by immigrant. Oh, that means they're all bad.
Whirlwind. He also sent nasty letters to Georgetown University Law Center for teaching and promoting DEI, 4 medical periodicals, including the Journal of the American Medical Association, the New England Journal of Medicine, Obstetrics and Gynecology, and Chest, which is published by the American College of Chest Physicians, Wikipedia for abusing its nonprofit status and corrupting the AI by allowing it to scrape woke copy, medical marijuana vendors, people who publish the names of the Doge Bros currently tearing down the federal government. Shh, don't tell him. Those kids were on TV the other day. Has he threatened us yet? We should check that one after we go off the air. Phew, I think we made it. Hi, this is Liz from the future. Liz from the past is pretty sure that Ed Martin does not have the votes to get confirmed in the Senate by May 20th when his interim appointment runs out. What she does not know is that Trump will replace Martin with Fox News commentator Jeanine Pirro. She goes by Judge Jeanine, although she hasn't been a judge since the early 1990s. She did, however, work as a prosecutor in New York, although not in the last 20 years. But she is very tight with the entire Trump clan, and she does have some familiarity with civil litigation since the thing she said on air played a big role in the defamation litigation filed by both Fox and Smartmatic after the 2020 election. So good luck with that, America.
Now, if you ever find yourself needing a good lawyer, you probably don't want to talk to any of these people at the DOJ. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you
of lawyering in that case, and not in a good way. During a hearing, she slammed Assistant U.S. Attorney Richard Lawson for coming unprepared to answer. Powell was astonished at the quality of
Eagle Team. You need the Eagle Team.
Also in D.C., the Justice Department has been trying without success to defend President Trump's attacks on major American law firms. Judge Beryl Howell was astonished at the quality of lawyering in that case, and not in a good way. During a hearing, she slammed Assistant U.S. Attorney Richard Lawson for coming unprepared to answer questions about the deals struck by other law firms to get out from under Trump's sanctions. She said, not even knowing if they're written down is a pretty basic piece of information. And again, AG Pam Bondi's antics were not helping. When Judge Howell issued a temporary restraining order, she instructed the DOJ to issue written instructions to all the federal agencies telling them not to carry out Trump's attack on the law firm Perkins Coie. Bondi did do that in a memo accusing an unelected district court judge of invading the policymaking and free speech prerogatives of the executive branch and blatantly overstepping the judicial power. It's hard to convey how inappropriate that is from any officer of the court, much less the Attorney General of the United States. Howell herself called it a temper tantrum worthy of a 3-year-old. In that same case, the Justice Department demanded that Judge Howell recuse herself because she adjudicated several issues involving, quote, disgraced former prosecutor Jack Smith. The very first sentence of that recusal motion reads, fair proceedings free from any suggestion of impartiality.
Just imagine if a competent Democrat would wield this kind of political power to get us lower health care, lower costs of education, and climate policies. This is what actually really pisses me off, is the one thing that Biden tried to do with his executive power, they kept challenging it, and
essential to the integrity of our country's judiciary.
Again, the one thing.
I think they mean
and
partiality.
It was to lower student debt.
Not impartiality, because impartiality is the good one. Judge Howell denied the motion in a scathing order accusing the government of deploying...
No, they're just trying to make it so you don't go to college.
...the rhetorical strategy of ad hominem attack designed...
The only ones that should be able to go to college, apparently, are the ones that, can be funded by their parents, and then only the Christian colleges or colleges that can get them the degree that's required to make them... Fuck it. It's not about it's not about the degrees. It's about putting them in the same place as other money makers and then networking. It's all about networking. This is why golf is so big in these circles. It's disgusting.
The integrity of the federal.
Honestly, golf is a fun game, but I constantly get disgusted at just like the people that when it emulates, like I feel like we're trying to emulate being rich, and I hate it.
Judicial system.
It's like LARPing rich people.
And blame any loss on the decision maker rather than fallacies in the substantive legal art.
Ironically, it's actually more expensive to play hockey, so
it's presented. She said the department was spewing talking points more appropriate from a member of Congress than a legal brief from the United States Department of Justice. But it's the immigration cases where the Justice Department's total inability to litigate like normal people has been most on display. On April 16th, Judge James Boasberg found probable cause to believe that the government committed criminal contempt of court. It is hard to convey just how weird that sentence is. Courts are usually totally deferential to the government, but during a hearing on March 15th, Judge Boasberg asked Assistant U.S. Attorney Drew Ensign directly if any planes full of prisoners being deported under the Alien Enemies Act were scheduled to take off or were already in the air.
And a lot of people use those funds for trade schools.
When Ensign could not answer, Judge Boasberg stopped.
Again, man, they can sit here saying how we don't have enough plumbers, we don't have enough this, we don't have enough that, but then they don't incentivize doing those positions. So
the hearing and told him to go find out. He said, inform your
the thing is, just let it happen. At that point, let it happen.
Clients of the order immediately and notify them that if class members were on a plane that is going to take off or is in the air, those people need to be
I keep saying this, just prepare for the worst.
Returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, whether turning around a plane or not disembarking everyone on the plane, I leave to you. But this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. Ensign said that he was unable to reach the Department of Homeland Security, and as a result, the plane that was already in the sky did not turn around. And in fact, 2 more planes took off after the court's order. Now, I'm not saying that the government is lying here, but that hearing was on a public line, and I know that because I was listening, and so was every other legal reporter in the country. So the claim that the government didn't know about that ruling in real time kind of seems like bullshit, which is why the government is going to find itself on the pointy end of a contempt ruling if it doesn't get bailed out by the D.C. Circuit or the Supreme Court. And as the Washington Post notes, Judge Boasberg is not the only judge appalled by the DOJ's shoddy work. In Virginia, Judge Leonie Brinkema called the evidence presented by ICE and the DOJ the sorriest statement I've ever seen and a terrible, terrible affidavit.
I do love when you actually get to like the bureaucratic nature of the Trump administration. It is just laughably bad.
She said, if this
it's like these people are laughably stupid.
Before me in a criminal case, I'd throw you out of my chambers. I expect more from the government than this kind of very shoddy work. That was in the case of a couple whom the Justice Department accused.
Again, they talk about DEI. Guys like Trump, like legit, they wouldn't be able to pass college if they didn't pay off people
accused of being high-ranking members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, based on
merits,
more or less
guys,
nothing,
merits.
And arrested them 4 times in a row.
Ooh,
so
1
now
minute.
4 judges have ordered this couple released from ICE custody, with the last, Judge David Briones in Texas, making a judicial finding that these poor people are not gang members and ordering the DOJ to quit arresting them. He added that this court takes clear offense to respondents wasting judicial resources. The government's conduct in the case of Kilmar Albrego Garcia has been so outrageous that we made 2 videos about it already. But lest we forget, the original lawyer arguing in that case, Erez Ruveni, admitted in open court that the government deported that guy accidentally, and so did Robert Cerna, the ICE field office director, in an affidavit. But when the White House dug in and refused to bring him back, the Justice Department decided it would just unsay all that. So Ruveni was fired along with his supervisor, August Flencia. Pam Bondi said that Ruveni failed to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States, and any attorney who fails to live up to her standards will face consequences. So goodbye to another 2 DOJ lawyers with decades of experience. We could read judicial orders yelling at the Trump DOJ for another hour, but let's talk for a second about an issue that's not getting a lot of attention. In fact, the only way we know about it is from a series of TikToks by an attorney named Liz Oyer. Oyer was a former Justice Department lawyer who worked in the Office of Presidential Pardons. She says she was fired because she refused to recommend that Mel Gibson's gun rights be restored. The actor lost his right to own a gun in 2011 after pleading no contest to punching his girlfriend while she was holding their baby. But Gibson is a
for not giving blowjob before jacuzzi
supporter. And so the White House figured that was enough reason to make an exception to the law preventing domestic abusers from owning a firearm. When Oyer refused to write a memo endorsing it because the statutory guidelines do not extend to cases like Gibson's, she was fired. But don't worry, Attorney General Pam Bondi made it happen for Gibson anyway. Oyer was set to testify about all that before Congress when the Trump administration threatened to send federal marshals to remind her of her confidentiality obligations. Oyer testified anyway, and then she started making the TikToks about all the money we've lost in civil and criminal asset forfeitures thanks to Trump's dashed-off pardon.
Hey, everybody. You've asked for more information about the $1 billion worth of pardons granted by President Trump, and I am here to provide that. I'm Liz Oyer, former pardon attorney for the Department of Justice.
Because if you just pardon people who are nice to you or who donate money to your campaign, then it means the money they were supposed to pay in restitution doesn't get collected. So, for instance, convicted fraudster Trevor Milton donated $1.7 million to Trump's campaign in 2024. Prosecutors argued that he should pay $680 million in restitution to his victims.
This is kind of where I'm really getting sick of being a good person.
But thanks to a pardon from Trump in March,
it just gets us taken advantage of.
Now he never will.
They say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. He supported Trump. He liked Trump. I didn't know him, but he liked him.
Milton's lawyers on that case, by the way, were Michael Mukasey, who has also represented Trump, and Brad Bondi, the Attorney General's brother, the one who should very definitely not be head of the D.C. bar. But don't worry, AG Bondi has only been in office for 3 months. Pretty soon she'll hit her stride and it will all come together. Oh my God.
Yeah, I want to emphasize that last point. You might have seen I did an op-ed about why, if you're a member of the DC bar, number one, you absolutely should vote in this year's election to the DC bar. And number two, you should vote for anyone other than Brad Bondi for DC bar president. And also, while you're at it, you should probably vote against Alicia Long for treasurer of the DC bar. She's Ed Martin's second in command, which is all you need to know about how much she sucks and shouldn't be anywhere near the DC bar. And frankly, shouldn't be anywhere near the DOJ. And speaking of which, it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering Pam Bondi's DOJ. For example, when Bondi announced that the DOJ would shift its focus from protecting voter rights to preventing voter fraud, only 66 sources picked up that story, with about 60%
ground news. Hey, you know what? Since we know what that is, here, you guys can get yourself 40% off of ground news by taking a look at this link. Also, I do recommend checking out ground news. They do have a free option. It's not that great, so definitely give it a go. I know that I find it super useful. Also, I hate the fact that he does not have night mode on. I hate that. Absolutely hate that. All right, guys. What do we got? Oh, here. 10 minutes. Oh, no, not even. Here. No update yet on the car. We really gotta cross our fingers on this one, guys, for real. Because this could make or break my entire summer. MAGA civil war erupts over big beautiful bill. Here, let's get this.
So we have a MAGA civil war is
right
upon
back.
us, y'all. It is happening. So let me walk you through it. Let's go to Politico here first. Thomas Massie, Representative Thomas Massie, is unmoved by Trump's big beautiful bill after president's personal pitch. The Kentucky Republican also said he wasn't bothered by the president's accusations that he was being a grandstander. President Trump called Representative Thomas Massie a grandstander during his visit to the Capitol Tuesday morning to whip support for his big, beautiful bill after previously calling for other Republicans to wage primary challenges against the Kentucky Republican. I have a video of that for you in a second. Massie said he's unbothered and still a no on the legislation House GOP leaders hope to pass later this week. I don't think he wants to talk about cutting spending, Massie said of the president's presentation to the House Republican Conference. He just said, go after waste, fraud, and abuse. It means quit talking about it, Freedom Caucus. Fiscal hawks like Massie, who is not a formal member of the Freedom Caucus but is aligned with its demands, have been agitating for leadership to make steep cuts to Medicaid, more on this in a second, to find savings for the party line tax and spending package central to enacting Trump's biggest legislative priorities. That effort has run up against resistance among Republicans across the ideological spectrum who worry about the political fallout of making changes to the safety net program that could result in millions of Americans losing benefits. all right, that's kind of misleading here from Politico because every Republican wants to cut it. The question is how much? The question is, how do you take the rough edges off of cutting it where you can lie and say, we're not actually cutting it, we're just doing a work requirement? Quote, he does not want to cut Medicaid. I think he genuinely doesn't want to cut Medicaid, said Massey. He probably wouldn't take off one beneficiary who's not an illegal alien or felon. I don't think he cares about work requirements. If he did, they would be real and they would kick in now. That's the other thing. So what Massey's saying is the way they structured this bill, the deep cuts happen after 2028. And that's a bit of evil genius from Republicans because the idea is people won't feel the pain of this until the next presidential race, and they're expecting a Democrat to win because of Trump's poll numbers absolutely imploding. And in that scenario, the cuts would kick in as soon as a Democrat takes office, and the public would just blame the Democrat, right? So it's a bit of evil political genius from the Republicans here. But Massey is a very straightforward guy. He's like, hey, here's what I believe, here are my principles, and I'm going to fight for it. And what he's saying is, no, we should cut this shit and cut it right the fuck now. Trump indeed told House Republicans, don't fuck around with Medicaid, according to people who were in the room for the meeting. The president also told reporters as he headed into the private confab with members Tuesday morning, I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander. And reportedly made similar remarks to Massey directly inside the room. Massey said afterward he was aware that Trump called him out by name and that no, he was not bothered by it, but he said he wasn't familiar with specific accusations of not understanding politics.
So no matter what, the math isn't going to math, and they're either going to have to give up on the increasing the debt ceiling, which I have a feeling that might be it.
Order how it felt to be.
Otherwise, they're going to have to take hits on the taxes.
Called a
he doesn't understand that it's like you can't have all of this. You can't have Medicaid. You can't have Medicare or any of that. And then have your tax cuts too.
And standard to your face in there. Massey replied, it's fine. He says my hair is nicer than Rand Paul's. That's hilarious. But Massey also conceded Trump probably did a pretty good job in there. Like, if his job was to go in there and convince the Freedom Caucus and the blue state Republicans, I think he did a good job, and he made a decent effort at convincing me directly. GOP leaders can only afford to lose a tiny handful of votes and still pass the party line package. So, remember, guys, this big, beautiful bill, the thing is a nightmare. It is direct class warfare on the bottom 95% of Americans. That's what it is. It destroys Medicaid as we know it. So for him to support the bill and then be like, but we got to protect Medicaid. They're living in fucking la-la land. They're living in la-la land. But the real dividing lines here are like the Republicans who want to cut Medicaid and then people like Thomas Massey who want to cut it even more. That's what he wants to do. Okay, let's get to the big, beefy, wet boy himself. Here he is. I guess this was after he tried to convince congressional Republicans. Here's what he says.
What are you planning to call the fiscal hawks who want to delay?
I'm a fiscal hawk.
They don't think this cuts enough spending.
I'm a bigger fiscal hawk.
I was telling everybody this. Every provision in the bill is basically delaying the big part of it until 2028.
Okay. There's nobody like me as a fiscal hawk.
Massey said that adds more deficit than Biden did, and this bill kind of...
Because we have to fix the country.
Do you think that Thomas Massey is correct in saying that this is adding Biden...
No, I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander, frankly. He'll probably vote. We don't even talk to him much. I think he should be voted out of office. And I just don't think he understands government. If you ask him a couple of questions, he never gives you an answer. He just says, I'm a no. He thinks he's going to get publicity. And you have that. You have that. They've got some too.
Trump thinks he's still got the juice.
Mm-hmm.
And to some extent, he does. Having said that, something's different this time. And the thing that's different is that right after Thomas Massey...
After watching that Legal Eagle video, I think we know.
Massey got attacked by Trump directly by name. He immediately went to his Twitter account and he started fundraising off of the fact that Trump attacked him. Which says what? It says you're beginning to see the defections.
Yep.
The Republicans are beginning to look and okay, 39% approval rating, underwater on every single issue now. I don't know. There's a lot of these Republicans either in deep red districts where they feel safe no matter what, or in purple districts where it could easily go to a Democrat the next time around. And now they're put in a position, the blue state Republicans are going, if I cut Medicaid this much, bro, like, I'm cooked, dog. I'm cooked. They're going to clobber me over the head with that. You're going to have furious constituents who say, I lost these benefits and those benefits, and I can't afford my medication, and now I'm uncovered, and all these problems. So the blue state Republicans are going, bro, your bill cuts Medicaid way too much. I can't spend that shit.
Woo! O2 censor for the win. Yeah.
But then you have the red state Republicans, like the diehard deep red districts. And in those, you have people like Thomas Massey or other Freedom Caucus members, and they're saying, you're not cutting it enough.
Yes.
You need to cut Medicaid more.
All right.
And to be fair, the point on the deficit,
that is
Massey's
very good
correct
news.
on the deficit, that this explodes the deficit. Now his
Okay, yeah, it was only an O2 sensor, but it was causing some severe issues.
solution to that is let's make even
Well,
deeper cuts that'll fuck
as far
over
as my
regular people.
computer,
So I
they
don't
had to
agree with
reset
his
it.
solution. But factually speaking, on the deficit, he's 100% correct. They want to do massive tax cuts for the wealthy again and screw over the bottom 90% of Americans. And every objective analysis says CBO says this is going to massively explode the deficit. And here's Trump lying. Who, me? I'm a big fiscal hawk. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the fiscally hawkish fiscal hawk that anybody's ever seen. Nobody's more fiscal hawkish than me. I'm the most fiscal hawkish person in the world. And that's just not true. He exploded the debt and the deficit in his first term. He's going to do way worse this time. And by the way, now we're at the point where, because Trump is undermining the idea of the dollar as the world reserve currency and everybody's running away from the dollar right now, because of that, now we're at a point where the debt matters, where the deficits matter. It didn't matter before, because as long as we were the world reserve currency and that was solid, then it doesn't matter if we run deficits. It's fine. It's no big deal. Now it matters, because people are trying to get away from the dollar eventually, right? So, this doesn't pack the same punch that it did, bro. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Because now you have some blue state Republicans going, you're cutting Medicaid too much, I can't vote for that. And you have some red state ones going, deep red districts, where they go, you're not cutting enough, or I'm concerned about the deficit exploding, and I don't want the deficit to explode because I can't sell that to my constituents the next time around. So, he's running out of steam, bro. Look, the Steve Bannon strategy of like rolling thunder, hit them with 100 things per day and just get shit done and deal with the consequences later. From their perspective, it has the benefit of you get a lot of shit done and the media can't even focus on all of it and make all the bad things a scandal. But the downside of that is you are begging for reality to eventually catch up with you, your poll numbers to take a massive hit, the public to turn against you. And now I think you see some congressional Republicans, they feel like, I have to worry about the concerns for my district in particular and my own ass for the future politically. And some of them are now calculating it would hurt me more to go along with Trump for a variety of different reasons. So it's just crazy, right? Because the loudest voices that are publicly breaking with Trump are the ones who are saying, this bill doesn't suck enough. Let's cut Medicaid more. Let's destroy regular people's lives more. It shows how just delusional and out to lunch all of these Republicans are. Mm-hmm. But believe you me, there are plenty of Republicans who are in purple districts who disagree with Trump from the opposite perspective of Thomas Massey, where they say, I can't sell all these deep cuts to Medicaid. Yeah. So he's in a no-win situation, because what do? If you can't muscle this bill through as it is, right, then what are you going to do? Are you going to cave to the Massey types and do deeper cuts to Medicaid, or are you going to cave to the blue state Republicans and say, I got to take away some of the cuts or reframe them and change the way I pitch it? That's why they're doing the whole work requirement shtick, so they can say, we're not cutting it, we're just doing work requirements. That's a cut. That is an effective cut, you fucking assholes. So
I don't know, man. Like, no.
I really hope it all implodes. It kind of reminds me of what happened with Obama with the grand bargain, where he was willing to cut Social Security. He was willing to cut Medicaid and potentially even Medicare. I don't remember all the specifics. But what happened was the Tea Party basically ruined that because they said the cuts aren't deep enough. And so we ended up getting no cuts because the Republicans wanted way more cuts. And so the intransigence, that's a hard word to say, of the far right actually ended up helping the country because they couldn't get the deeper cuts, so we got no cuts. And it was like, whew, thank God. Thank God that happened. So let's just hope this, I need this bill to go up in flames. I need it to go up in flames because this is class war. This is...
you need it. We
take from the poor, give to the rich, massive tax cut for the rich, screw over the working class in this country by taking away their health care, slash Medicaid to the bone.
Oh, I'm late. I gotta go.
I mean, we are really looking at this country. I don't know if it can handle a bill like this. So it's great that he's hitting a wall. Let's just hope there's no way out of it. Let's hope he doesn't he can't muster the support that he needs. But the Democrats are also trying to give him as many assists as possible because a lot of them are fucking dying. A lot of them are dying. We're going to talk more about that in a second. But more Democrats die, the easier it is for them to get this through. So, Gerald.
Yep, that's true. All right. I am late for my appointment here, so I'm going to raid the Angry Ginger over on Twitch here. Then I'm going to have to take off. Here we go. I'm going to start the raid. All right, guys. And anything potentially in. Oh, cool. Nice. Just enough to maybe hit me. We'll see. I hate when that happens when I raid somebody and all of a sudden my copyright thing on YouTube is just like copywritten content detected. You must get rid of this 4 sec or like what was that? Even 4 seconds? Like 3 seconds. I should have been fine. All right, guys, I do have to go. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be on around 6, possibly 5. Kind of toying with hopping on an hour early. We'll see if I have the timing right, but we shall see. But all right, guys, I appreciate you all checking out the stream today. I will catch you all tomorrow. All right. Later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.